Welcome back, Legends. You're at Gringotts Hub. Another incredible story awaits. Harry claimed Potter Black Slytherin Peverell Merlin Pendragon Lordships and legally erased the ministry from existence. Subscribe and hit the bell. Let's dive right in. Chapter 1, The Weight of Silence. The dead didn't stay quiet. Harry had learned that 3 weeks ago, standing in the Great Hall with Fred Weasley's body laid out on one of the long tables, and the knowledge had settled into him like cold water finding the cracks in stone. The dead didn't stay quiet, they just stopped making noise you could hear. They moved into the space behind your eyes instead, and they waited there, patient and permanent, while you tried to eat breakfast and brush your teeth and pretend that the world was still turning in a direction that made sense. He was sitting on the steps of Hogwarts' front entrance at 6:30 in the morning, watching the lake go silver with dawn, when Creature appeared beside him with a crack that startled a group of first-years walking past. They took one look at Harry's face and walked faster. He couldn't really blame them. "Creature has brought Master's tea," the old elf said, holding out a chipped mug with a seriousness that suggested he was presenting a crown jewel. "Master did not sleep again. I slept a little." Master was sitting in this exact spot when Creature checked at 2 o'clock. Harry took the mug. The tea was too strong, the way he'd liked it since 5th year, when the only comfort available had been hot drinks and the company of people who didn't ask questions. "Thanks, Creature." The elf lingered, which was new. The old Creature, the one who'd muttered slurs under his breath and slept in a nest of black family detritus, would have vanished the moment his task was complete. This Creature, the one who had marshaled the house elves of Hogwarts into battle with kitchen knives, sometimes just stood near Harry in the mornings and didn't say anything. Harry had stopped finding it strange about a week ago. "There is an owl," Creature said eventually. "A ministry owl. It has been waiting since last night." Creature did not wake Master because Master was not sleeping anyway, and Creature thought, "Where is it?" "In Master's room." Creature may have given it a piece of toast. Harry stood, the stone steps cold through his jeans even through June's thin warmth. The lake had turned from silver to gold in the space of the conversation, and somewhere across the grounds, someone was already working, hammering, he thought, the sound drifting from the direction of the east wing where 3 walls still needed rebuilding. Hogwarts was healing, the way everything after a war healed, loudly, imperfectly, one broken piece at a time. He went inside. The owl was a grey ministry bird, sleek and humorless, wearing the gold leg band that marked it as official correspondence. It had, in fact, eaten most of Creature's toast and was now sitting on Harry's headboard with the expression of an animal that knew it carried important papers and wanted credit for it. Harry untied the letter, and the owl left without waiting for a reply, which told him everything he needed to know about the sender's expectation of one. The letterhead read, "Office of the Minister for Magic, Restoration Committee, Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Below that, in the tightly controlled handwriting of someone who'd practiced looking calm, "Mr. Potter, the Ministry of Magic extends its congratulations on your continued recovery and thanks you for your service to the wizarding community. In recognition of the extraordinary circumstances of the recent conflict, the Restoration Committee has drafted the first provisions of the Magical Britain Restoration Act, a landmark piece of legislation designed to stabilize our community, protect our institutions, and ensure that the sacrifices made during the recent conflict are not diminished by the chaos of an unstructured recovery. Your input as a prominent member of the wizarding community would be welcomed at the first public presentation, to be held at the Ministry on June the 24th. We look forward to your presence. Yours sincerely, Pious Thickness, Minister for Magic." Harry read it twice. Then he set it on the desk, sat down on his bed, which had been remade by Creature with military precision, the pillow arranged exactly in the center, and stared at the ceiling. Pious Thickness, who had broadcast the Muggleborn Registration Commission's hearings over the Wizarding Wireless, who had signed the legislation classifying Muggleborns as magical thieves, who had sat in Voldemort's ministry and run it like a well-oiled machine while people were tortured in the basement, and who had apparently survived the Battle of Hogwarts by being, as far as anyone could determine, absent from the building when it happened, a fact he'd explained to the Prophet as attending to essential continuity of government operations in an undisclosed secure location. Which meant he'd run. Which meant he was still minister. Harry picked up the letter again and read the phrase, "Ensure that the sacrifices made during the recent conflict are not diminished," with the particular quality of attention he usually saved for potions instructions that seemed straightforward but had something dangerous buried in the fine print. Ensure that the sacrifices are not diminished. As if the sacrifices belonged to the ministry. As if Fred Weasley and Remus Lupin and Tonks and Colin Creevey and 50 others were resources the ministry could administer, catalogue, and use to justify whatever came next. He put the letter in his pocket and went to find Hermione. She was in the library, which surprised no one, surrounded by 4 stacks of books that she'd clearly been building since before dawn. She had ink on her left hand and the focused, slightly dangerous expression she got when she was 3 steps ahead of a problem and working on step 4. Ron was asleep in the chair across from her with a half-eaten biscuit balanced on his chest, rising and falling with his breathing. Harry dropped the letter on top of her open book. She read it without picking it up, which meant she'd been expecting something like it. Then she looked up. "He sent it to others too," she said. "I had a note from Kingsley this morning, not an official one, a personal one. He said Thickness had the Restoration Act drafted within 48 hours of the battle ending." 48 hours, Harry said. "He had it pre-drafted," Hermione said, with the flat certainty of someone who'd already worked through the implications and found them all unpleasant. Or close to it. No one writes legislation that fast unless they've been thinking about it. The battle wasn't even over properly and he was already. She stopped. Pressed her lips together. "Sit down, Harry." He sat. Ron stirred, the biscuit slid, and he caught it reflexively without fully waking, which was such a deeply Ron thing to do that Harry felt something loosen briefly in his chest. "What's in the act?" he asked. "I don't know all of it yet. Kingsley only has the summary provisions. Thickness is keeping the full text close until the 24th. But what Kingsley shared is..." She turned one of the notebooks toward him. Her handwriting filled 3 pages, with underlines and margin notes and 2 places where she'd written a word, crossed it out, and written NO instead. "The headline provisions are about stabilization. Emergency powers for the ministry to classify and restrict magical artifacts, properties, and bloodlines deemed to have been compromised during the conflict." What does compromised mean? Whatever they decide it means. Harry looked at the notebook. Properties. Any property that was used in connection with Voldemort's operations, even involuntarily, can be assessed, and in some cases appropriated, for ministry oversight. Which would include, among other things, Malfoy Manor. She said it carefully, like she was placing something fragile on a table. And Grimmauld Place. The silence that followed had weight to it. "They want Grimmauld Place," Harry said. "They want a legal mechanism that would let them take it, if they chose to. That's different, and possibly more frightening." She pulled the notebook back. "The bloodline provisions are the part that worries me most. There's language in Kingsley's summary about the ministry taking custodial authority over magical heritage assets, which is the kind of deliberately vague phrasing that can mean almost anything. Ancient families, hereditary magical seats, that sort of thing. I've been trying to cross-reference it with historical magical law, which is why I've been here since 4 o'clock. Ron opened his eyes. "Has something happened?" he asked, with the alertness of someone who'd been listening for the last 5 minutes while pretending not to. "Thickness," Harry said. Ron sat up. The biscuit fell. He caught it again. "Right. Knew it. I told you, didn't I? 3 days after the battle, I said. You said he was going to pull something slippery," Hermione said. "You did say that." "Yeah." Ron looked at the letter. His jaw tightened in a way that reminded Harry, briefly and painfully, of Fred, that particular Weasley expression of someone deciding to be very calm about something they were actually furious about. "So what do we do?" "I'm working on that," Hermione said. "Hermione's been working on it since 4 in the morning, Harry said. "Did you sleep?" "Some." Ron looked at him in a way that communicated, without a single word, that he didn't believe that and had opinions about it, but that now was not the moment. 3 weeks of grief had created a shorthand between them that was more efficient than language. The bloodline provisions, Harry said, turning back to Hermione. What exactly would the ministry be able to do? With hereditary seats. Ancient families. Hermione stood up and pulled a book from the second stack, old, bound in something that looked like faded green leather, with magical jurisdictions and hereditary law, 1692 present embossed in flaking gold. She'd flagged it with 6 bookmarks. This is the part I've been sitting with. Hereditary magical law is one of those areas that the ministry has always been content to leave technically intact because nobody's ever had cause to invoke it. The old lordship system, it predates the ministry. It predates the statute of secrecy. And technically, constitutionally, it was never dissolved. It was just, superseded. Buried under 200 years of ministry legislation. Superseded isn't dissolved, Harry said slowly. No. It isn't. She opened the book to a flagged page. A holder of an ancient hereditary lordship, and I mean truly ancient, pre-ministry, the kind established by the founders' era or before, has certain legal authorities that the ministry has no jurisdiction over. Because those authorities are older than the ministry. They predate its founding charter. She looked at him over the book, and her expression was the one she wore when she was about to say something that sounded insane and was actually carefully researched. Harry. Do you know who you're descended from? The Potters, he said. Pure bloodline, mostly. Doria Black married into it. Further back than that. Hermione. I started pulling your family's Gringotts records last night, or I requested them, rather, they haven't been formally accessed in years because nobody's bothered, and Harry, the Potter line goes back. Much further back than anyone's paid attention to. And it's not just Potter. She turned to another page. You're the last of the Black line through your godfather's bequest. You know that. What you may not know is that the Black family tree connects, through a very old and not widely publicized branch, to the Peverell line. She waited. The Peverells, Ron said. As in the Deathly Hallows Peverells. The same. And before you say anything, yes, lots of people claim Peverell descent, it's one of the oldest families in Britain. But most of those claims are through collateral lines that don't carry the primary magical inheritance. Harry's descent is direct. Through Ignotus Peverell to the Potters. She turned another page. And then there's the question of magical legacy inheritance, which is different from bloodline inheritance. It can be passed through significant magical acts, through the transfer of objects of power, through the acknowledgement of ancient magical bonds. She was speaking faster now, the way she did when she'd been sitting with something for hours and it finally had an audience. The Elder Wand acknowledged you. You mastered all 3 hallows. In terms of ancient magical law, that constitutes an act of legacy inheritance from the Peverells that is arguably the most significant such act in 1,000 years. The library was very quiet. Outside, a bird was singing somewhere in the grounds, and the hammering had started up again from the east wing. You said 6 lordships, Harry said. In the outline. 6. She looked at him. How did you, creature? He mentioned it. Not in so many words. He's been, muttering things, since the battle. About the old families. About what's owed. Harry frowned. He said something last week about the House of Black's obligations and I thought he was just being creature, but, creature is old enough to remember when the old law still had teeth, Hermione said quietly. Harry. Potter. Black. Peverell. Those are 3. The others are, she hesitated, and it was the hesitation of someone who checked their research 4 times because they couldn't quite believe it. Slytherin. Through a very old and genuinely obscure line that connects through the Black family, Salazar Slytherin had a surviving line that most historians think died out, but it didn't, it just became deeply unfashionable to acknowledge during the last century for obvious reasons. Obviously, Ron said. And then Merlin, Hermione said. And Pendragon. Ron put the biscuit down. Merlin. Merlin wasn't just a wizard, Ron, he was a lineage, he had descendants, and the magical traditions he founded have hereditary components that were never formally extinguished. And Pendragon, she sat down, like the weight of the research had finally caught up with her. The Pendragon line is the one I keep coming back to, because in terms of ancient magical law, it's the one that has direct constitutional authority over the land itself. Not just over wizarding institutions. Over the land. Harry sat very still. You're saying, he said, slowly and precisely, that if I claimed these lordships, I would have legal authority that predates and supersedes the ministry. I'm saying, Hermione said, that in terms of ancient magical law that the ministry has never bothered to dissolve because they never imagined anyone would be in a position to invoke it, yes. Theoretically. And now Thickness is drafting legislation that would give the ministry custodial authority over hereditary magical assets, which is exactly the kind of thing that sounds administrative and is actually an attempt to bury those ancient authorities permanently before anyone notices they still exist. Ron was looking at Harry with an expression that was half excitement and half the particular wariness of someone who'd been in enough situations to know when one was beginning. He knows, Harry said. What? Thickness. He knows, or someone advising him knows. That's what the Restoration Act is. It's not just a power grab, it's a preemptive burial. He's trying to codify the ministry's supremacy before I can. Harry stopped. Looked at his hands. Turned them over in his lap. Before I can do anything about it. That's my read, Hermione said quietly. Yes. The thing that had been sitting in Harry's chest since he'd read the letter that morning, that cold, specific fury that was different from grief because grief was just pain and this was pain with a direction, settled into something that felt almost like clarity. He thought about Fred. He thought about Remus and Tonks, and about the way little Teddy Lupin existed in the world now as proof of everything that had been taken. He thought about Dobby's grave on the beach at Shell Cottage, and about the Muggleborn registration hearings that Thickness had signed his name to, month after month, while people sat in chains in the ministry's courtrooms for the crime of having magic and the wrong parents. He thought about the letter in his pocket, and the phrase ensure that the sacrifices are not diminished. I need to go to Gringotts, he said. They went that afternoon, the three of them, operating to the leaky cauldron and walking through Diagon Alley in the strange new quiet of a wizarding world trying to remember what normal felt like. The alley was more populated than it had been in a year, families with children, people shopping with the slightly manic energy of those making up for lost time, but it was not the Diagon Alley Harry remembered from before the war. There were gaps in the shop fronts where businesses hadn't reopened. There was a memorial wreath on the door of Ollivanders. People recognized Harry constantly, and the range of reactions he encountered in a single street was bewildering: gratitude, relief, reverence, resentment, and one older witch in green robes who looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite categorize and then turned sharply away. He was getting used to all of it. He was not getting comfortable with any of it. Gringotts looked exactly as it always had, imposing, white, slightly disdainful. The damage from the dragon escape had been repaired with goblin thoroughness, no trace remained, except that the goblins on the door watched Harry walk up the steps with an attention that was different from their usual watchful blankness. The hall inside was its usual magnificent chaos of tellers and carts and the distant sound of mechanisms Harry would never fully understand. He approached the nearest senior-looking teller, a goblin with a silver badge and the expression of someone who'd seen every variety of human foolishness and remained unimpressed, and said, I'd like to access the Potter Vault, and I need to speak with someone in the Hereditary Holdings Department, if there is one. The goblin looked at him for a long moment. There is, the goblin said. Wait here. They waited. Ron examined the ceiling with the air of someone trying to look casual. Hermione had her notebook out. Harry stood still and watched the hall and thought about Thickness's letter and tried not to think about the dreams. The dreams had been the same every night since the battle, the forest, the resurrection stone, the figures of his dead standing in the mist. But in the dream version, they kept saying things the real ones hadn't. Sirius kept saying it was always yours, Harry, you just never picked it up. And Dumbledore, a dream Dumbledore, which Harry was appropriately skeptical of, kept saying the law is only as powerful as the magic that agrees to honor it. He didn't know what to do with the dreams. He'd mentioned them to Ron once, sideways, and Ron had said that sounds like your brain trying to tell you something with a directness that Harry appreciated. The goblin returned. Ragnarok will see you, he said, and this small fact, that the director of Gringotts was personally handling this, told Harry more than anything that had happened so far that morning. Ragnarok's office was not what Harry had expected. He'd half anticipated something austere, all function and no warmth. Instead it was a room filled with the accumulated weight of centuries, maps on the walls, old ones, showing Britain before the ministry's boundaries were drawn, and scrolls in cases, and a desk made of some dark wood that had the particular quality of things that had been important for a very long time. Ragnarok himself was old, even by goblin standards. Harry could see it in the careful way he held himself, the silver threading through his dark hair, the eyes that had the density of someone who'd watched a great deal of history happen and had opinions about all of it. Sit, Ragnarok said, and this was not rude, it was simply efficient. 3 chairs appeared. They sat. You have come about the hereditary claims, Ragnarok said, without preamble. How did you know? Hermione asked. We have been waiting, Ragnarok said, with the elaborate patience of someone who'd been waiting a very long time and had expected this exact question, for 23 years. Since the night James and Lily Potter died and the inheritance chains became complicated. Gringotts administers hereditary trust accounts for 17 of the oldest wizarding families in Britain. In some cases, those accounts have been dormant for generations because there was no one to claim them. In some cases, the rightful claimant simply never knew to ask. He looked at Harry with those dense, old eyes. You, Mr. Potter, are the designated claimant for a number of accounts that have been accumulating compound interest and, in some cases, magical inheritance for 2 decades. How many accounts? Harry asked. Ragnarok reached into a drawer and produced a parchment that was older than it should have been, the edges brown, the writing in a hand that predated modern standardization. He turned it to face Harry. 6 primary lines. Potter. Black. Peverell. Slytherin. And the 2 legacy lines, Merlin and Pendragon, which are not bloodline inheritances but magical legacy inheritances, transferred through your mastery of the Elder Wand and your survival of the killing curse in a state of willing sacrifice. In terms of ancient magical inheritance law, a willing sacrifice that encompasses and nullifies the killing intent of another is classified as a sanctioned death and revival, which carries with it certain legacy rights, Hermione breathed. Indeed. Ragnarok looked at her with the slight upward twitch of a goblin who was revising their opinion of a human. Miss Granger has been doing her research. Since 4 o'clock this morning, Ron said. The Merlin legacy, Harry said. And Pendragon. What does claiming those actually mean? Magically. Ragnarok was quiet for a moment. Not hesitant, just choosing words with the care of someone who understood their weight. Merlin was the greatest magical practitioner in recorded history. He did not simply cast spells, he shaped the magical substrate of these islands. The wards on Hogwarts, the magical boundaries that separate the wizarding world from the Muggle one, the fundamental enchantments on Diagon Alley, on Hogsmeade, on the Ministry of Magic itself, all of these draw, ultimately, from frameworks that Merlin established. His legacy inheritance does not give you his power directly. What it gives you is recognition. The ancient magic knows you as his heir. And ancient magic, unlike ministry legislation, cannot be fooled, cannot be argued with, and cannot be administratively overridden. Harry thought about what Hermione had said about the ministry's wards. The ministry, he said. The building. Its wards. Were constructed on land and with magical frameworks that ultimately trace back to lines you are about to claim, Ragnarok said, with the utter neutrality of someone delivering information rather than a weapon. They answer to him, Hermione said, very quietly. The Ministry's wards would answer to him. That is a legal and magical assessment I would not make officially, Ragnarok said. But I will note that it is not incorrect. Ron made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite anything else. If I claim these lordships, Harry said, what does that involve? Procedurally. Each lordship has an ancestral ring. The rings have been held in the hereditary vaults. To claim a lordship, you must enter the vault, take up the ring, and allow the magic to assess you. If the magic accepts the claim, and in your case, I believe the process will be considerably less fraught than it might be for a more ambiguous claimant, the ring will bind to you. The claim becomes magically and legally instantaneous. Ragnarok paused. In the case of 6 concurrent claims, the assessment will be significant. What does significant mean? It means you should be in good health and not have any pressing appointments, Ragnarok said, which was, Harry thought, probably the driest understatement he'd ever heard from anyone. I'm fine, Harry said, which was not entirely true but was true enough for this purpose. I know you are, Ragnarok said, in a tone that suggested he did know, and that the knowing was based on the kind of assessment that had nothing to do with a healer's report. There is one more thing, Mr. Potter. The Restoration Act. He said it flatly, the way you'd name a thing you'd identified clearly. Thickness and his advisors are not stupid. They know the old law exists. They've known for years that you were the potential claimant for several of these lines. The Potter and Black inheritances were a matter of record after your godfather's death. They did not act then because they assumed you would not know to claim them, and because the political moment did not require it. His eyes were very steady. The political moment now requires it. Their legislation, if passed, would not dissolve your claims. They cannot legally dissolve hereditary magical claims, any more than they could dissolve gravity, but it would complicate the exercise of them significantly. It would create a legal framework that supersedes the application of ancient authority in administrative contexts. They'd bury it in red tape, Hermione said. Extensively, Ragnarok agreed. When does the act go to initial hearing? Harry asked. The 24th, Ragnarok said. 12 days. Harry stood up. He wasn't sure when he'd made the decision, somewhere between reading the letter this morning and now, or possibly much earlier than that, in the forest, in the cold, with the resurrection stone and the dead standing around him in the mist. He looked at Ron, who was watching him with the same expression he'd had in the tent, in the long dark months of last year, when everything was impossible and they'd kept going anyway. He looked at Hermione, who had ink on her hand and notebooks full of research and who was already 2 steps ahead of the moment. I want to see the vaults, he said to Ragnarok. The goblin stood, and this small act carried a formality that Harry hadn't expected, a slight inclination of the head that was not quite a bow but was the nearest thing to acknowledgement that a goblin offered. Then follow me, Lord Potter. Harry blinked. Not yet, Ragnarok said, with what might have been the goblin equivalent of a smile. But we prefer to practice. They didn't enter the vaults that day. Ragnarok, who was meticulous in the way of beings who'd watched hasty humans make irreversible mistakes for centuries, insisted on a full day of preparation, the paperwork that needed to precede the magical claim, the formal notification that needed to go to certain bodies under ancient law, not the Ministry, Ragnarok explained, because the Ministry was not a body that ancient law recognized as a necessary notifier. The notification went to Hogwarts, to the Gringotts Ancestral Records Office. And to 3 other entities Harry had never heard of, and a medical assessment from a Gringotts healer who showed up, examined Harry with the focused intensity of someone who was checking specific things rather than general health, and declared him, after a long pause and a repeated test, sufficient. Sufficient, Ron said. By goblin healer standards, Hermione said, that's essentially glowing praise. They left Gringotts in the late afternoon, when Diagon Alley was gold with the particular light of early summer evenings, and Harry stood on the steps and looked out at the alley and thought about 12 days. About thickness in his office, writing letters with careful handwriting about the sacrifices made during the recent conflict. About a ministry that had housed a torture chamber in its basement and written it into legislation and kept the trains running all the way through it. You know this isn't going to be clean, Ron said, beside him. Not a question. No. They'll fight it. Every step. I know. And there will be people who think you're, power hungry. Trying to set yourself up as some kind of, I know, Ron. I'm not saying don't do it. Ron's voice had shifted to the quiet, direct register that Harry had come to associate with the truest things he said. I'm saying it's going to be ugly and it's going to take everything and some of it's going to land on you personally and you need to go in knowing that. Harry looked at him. Are you in? Ron looked back, and for a moment he was completely serious, stripped of everything performative, just himself, loyal and brave and more than he'd ever been given credit for. Where else would I be? Harry looked at Hermione. She already had her notebook open. I've drafted a preliminary legal framework for the claims process, she said, without looking up. It's quite good. I'd like to show it to Ragnarok tomorrow for feedback on the Goblin Law interface. Of course you have, Harry said. She did look up then, and she smiled, not the anxious, slightly frantic smile of the last 3 weeks, but something more solid, the smile of someone who'd found solid ground under their feet. Someone has to organize you, she said. Harry looked back at Diagon Alley, at the people moving through it, rebuilding their ordinary lives in the space left by the war. A group of children ran past arguing about Quidditch. Someone was playing the wireless from an open shop window. Life, resuming its ordinary shape. The ministry's owl had said ensure that the sacrifices are not diminished. Harry thought, no. They won't be. He put his hand in his pocket and felt the shape of the letter, crisp and official and faintly contemptible. 12 days. He had 12 days before Thickness stood in front of the Wisengamot and began the process of burying the old law under new, convenient legislation. 12 days to walk into 6 vaults and let the oldest magic in Britain look at him and decide whether he was who it thought he was. He was going to be. He was sure of it with a certainty that didn't feel like arrogance, it felt like recognition, the same thing he'd felt in the forest when he'd chosen to walk toward the killing curse instead of away from it. Some things you did not decide so much as understand. Some things were simply what happened next. Right, he said, and his voice came out steadier than it had any right to be. Let's go home. The 3 of them walked back down Diagon Alley in the gold evening light, and the people they passed didn't know what had been set in motion that afternoon in a goblin director's office full of ancient maps, and Harry thought that was probably fine. Let them have their ordinary evening. Let Thickness think he had 12 days to build his walls. The walls were already coming down. They just didn't know it yet. That night, Creature made dinner, a proper one, not the toast and tea that had constituted most of Harry's nutritional intake since the battle, and Harry ate it at the kitchen table in Grimmauld Place while Hermione covered 3 more pages with notes and Ron fell asleep again in his chair, this time more definitively. The house was quieter than it used to be, without the ghosts of the Order or the desperate edge of a war in progress, but it wasn't oppressive quiet. It was the quiet of a place where people had decided to stay. After dinner, Harry sat in the drawing room in the chair that had always been Sirius's and looked at the family tapestry on the wall, the black family tree, ancient and damaged, full of burn marks where Sirius had been blasted off, where others had been erased for marriages or choices that the old family had found unacceptable. He looked at the names. The roots of it were so deep they disappeared into the design, into the border of the tapestry itself, and you couldn't quite tell where the tree ended and the frame began. His name wasn't on it. He was Harry Potter, not Harry Black. Sirius had been his godfather, not his blood. But Sirius had left him everything, and the magic had agreed to that, and somewhere in Gringotts there was a vault with a ring in it waiting. He thought about what Ragnarok had said. The ancient magic cannot be fooled, cannot be argued with, and cannot be administratively overridden. He thought about Thickness at his desk, drafting legislation to bury something he was afraid of. He thought about Fred. He looked at the tapestry for a long time, and then he went to bed, and for the first time in 3 weeks, he slept without dreaming at all. Chapter 2, What the Stones Remember. The cart moved like a controlled fall. Harry had ridden the Gringotts carts before, the frantic, desperate ride from Vault 713 in first year, the nightmare sprint through the depths 2 months ago with a dragon waking below them, but this was different. This cart did not rattle. It did not squeal. It moved with the deliberate, almost ceremonial pace of something that knew exactly where it was going and had been going there for a very long time. The torches on the tunnel walls were spaced further apart down here, and the darkness between them was the particular quality of darkness that existed underground, total and ancient and utterly indifferent to human comfort. Ragnar sat at the front of the cart with his hands folded in his lap, facing forward. He had said very little since they descended into the tunnels. Harry sat behind him with Hermione on his left and Ron on his right, the three of them close enough that their shoulders touched, which none of them acknowledged and none of them moved to change. "How deep are we going?" Ron asked, mostly to have something to say. "Deeper than the standard family vaults," Ragnar said, without turning. "The hereditary lordship holdings are kept in the foundation level. We have not opened them in 31 years. 31 years, Hermione said. Since before Harry was born. The last person to request access was Charles Potter, Harry's grandfather, in 1969. He came, he looked, and he left without claiming anything. A pause. The torchlight flickered. He said the weight of it wasn't something he could carry alongside a full life. Harry looked at the tunnel wall going past in the dark. "What does that mean?" "It means," Ragnar said carefully, "that the Lordships understand what they are. They do not force themselves on anyone. The claim requires mutual recognition, the magic assesses you, and you must consciously accept what the assessment finds." He glanced back, just briefly, and his expression held something that Harry couldn't quite read, not sympathy exactly, but the closest goblin equivalent. "Your grandfather was a good man and a capable wizard. He looked into the Potter vault and understood that accepting the Potter lordship alone would change his life irrevocably. He chose his family and his ordinary happiness instead. There is nothing wrong with that choice. But I'm not just claiming one," Harry said. "No," Ragnar agreed. "You are not." The cart curved into a descent steeper than anything above, and Harry's stomach lifted. The temperature had been dropping steadily since the 4th level, and now it was cold in the way that deep places were cold, not the cold of weather but the cold of stone that had never been warm, that existed in permanent geological patience below the reach of seasons. Ron exhaled and his breath clouded briefly in the torchlight. Then the cart stopped. The chamber was not what Harry had imagined. He'd pictured something like the vaults above, doors, locks, stone. Instead, the cart had brought them into an open space the size of a large cathedral, and the ceiling was so far above that the torchlight from their cart didn't reach it. The walls were covered in something that was not quite carvings and not quite living, patterns that shifted very slowly, like the current in deep water, not enough movement to be certain of but too much to dismiss. 6 alcoves were cut into the far wall, each sealed not by a door but by what looked like compressed darkness, a physical blackness that had texture and depth, each one slightly different from the others. Before each alcove, set in the stone floor, was a simple iron stand. On each stand sat a ring. Harry walked forward. He wasn't conscious of deciding to walk. His feet simply moved, and the stone beneath them felt different from the tunnels above, not rougher, but more present, more aware. The torch Ragnar carried through shadows that didn't quite align with the shapes casting them. "The rings must be approached in order of antiquity," Ragnar said from behind him. "The oldest first. Pendragon. Then Merlin. Then Peverell. Then Slytherin. Then Black. Then Potter. The order matters, each claim will build on the last, and the magic must be able to layer correctly. If you attempt them out of order, something bad happens," Ron said. "Something instructive," Ragnar said. "But also bad." Hermione had her notebook out but wasn't writing in it. She was holding it, Harry thought, the same way he sometimes held his wand when he wasn't planning to use it, just for the reassurance of having something solid to grip. The Pendragon ring was not gold. He'd expected gold, the associations were unavoidable, the whole mythology of Arthur and Camelot buried in gold and firelight. But it was silver, or something that looked like silver and was clearly something older, set with a stone that was a deep, unremarkable blue that became remarkable the closer he got to it. The blue did not glow. It did not shimmer. It simply had a depth that didn't correspond to the size of the stone, the way very old eyes sometimes held more than they should. Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the metal, the chamber changed. It wasn't dramatic, no explosion of light, no thunderclap. The walls simply stopped shifting. The patterns on them went still, and in the stillness Harry could see what they were, not decorations but records, the story of something enormous told in a visual language he couldn't read but could, distantly, feel the meaning of, the way you could feel the shape of music even in a language you didn't speak. He felt the ring in his fingers and felt something else too, something responding from the inside out, from a place that was deeper than his chest, deeper than his body. A recognition. The magic looking up. It lasted 4 seconds. Then it passed, and the ring slipped onto the fourth finger of his right hand as if it had been made for exactly that finger, in exactly that hand, and the blue stone caught the torchlight and held it. Harry turned to Ragnarok. "Next," he said. The Merlin ring was copper, warm-toned and old, set with a stone the color of deep forest, and the moment Harry touched it the recognition was different. Wider, somehow. The Pendragon magic had felt vertical, reaching down into the earth. The Merlin magic felt horizontal, reaching outward in all directions simultaneously, aware of distance, aware of the web of enchantment spread across the land above them like a vast, invisible net. Harry felt it the way you felt a vibration through the floor, not heard, not seen, simply present. The ring knew him. The magic knew him. It said, in a language that was not words, "There you are," with the relief of something that had been waiting a very long time for something it had misplaced. The ring settled on his right middle finger, and the copper warmed immediately to blood temperature. He moved to the Peverell alcove. "Harry," Hermione said softly, and something in her voice made him look back. Ron was watching him with wide eyes. "Your hands," Ron said. Harry looked. The Pendragon ring's blue stone was lit from within, faintly, just the edge of a glow, but there. The Merlin ring was doing something more complicated, the air immediately around it had a slight quality of distortion, like heat haze but cold. As Harry looked at them, both effects intensified slightly and then settled. "It's layering," Hermione said. "The way Ragnarok said. Each claim is building on the last." "Is that normal?" Ron asked Ragnarok. "I have no reference point for normal," Ragnarok said, with genuine intellectual honesty. "This has not happened before." Harry turned back to the Peverell ring, and his hands were steady. He had held the Elder Wand. He had held the Resurrection Stone. He had worn the cloak of invisibility since he was a child, slept under it, hidden under it, wrapped his closest friends in it during the worst nights of his life. He thought he knew what Peverell magic felt like, the Hallows had been its expression for centuries, and he'd been shaped by them long before he understood what they were. But the Peverell ring was something more fundamental than the Hallows themselves. The Hallows were tools, extraordinary ones, but still tools. The ring was the source, or as close to the source as you could get in a physical object. When it touched his skin, Harry felt all three Hallows simultaneously, the wand's authority, the stone's grief-soaked power, the cloak's gentle, comprehensive protection, and beneath all of them, something older, the original intent, the three brothers standing at the edge of a river in a story that was also history, making choices about what mattered and what didn't. The ring went on his right index finger, and the moment it did, the chamber shuddered. Not violently. Not in a way that sent stone falling from the ceiling or cracked the floor. A deep, single vibration, like a struck bell, except the bell was the room itself. The patterns on the walls moved again, not the slow drift from before but purposefully, rearranging themselves, and Harry couldn't read them, but Ragnarok, he noticed, was watching them with an expression of intense attention. "What are they saying?" Harry asked. "They are recording," Ragnarok said. "These walls have been recording since before the Ministry existed. What they are recording right now has not been recorded before." He paused. "Continue." The Slytherin ring was black iron, set with a green stone the exact color of the killing curse, and Harry looked at it for a long moment before he touched it. He was aware that this was the one people would have opinions about. The wizarding world had spent decades treating the name Slytherin as a synonym for dark and corrupt and everything that had gone wrong, and there was enough truth in that to make it complicated, and not enough truth in it to make it accurate. Salazar Slytherin had valued cunning and ambition and had believed in blood purity in ways that had caused incalculable harm and had echoed down 700 years to everything Harry had spent his adolescence fighting. But he'd also been one of the 4 greatest magical minds of his era. He'd laid half the foundation of Hogwarts. He'd built the Chamber of Secrets as a place of genuine magical research before the paranoia had eaten him whole. The ring was what it was. The legacy was complicated, and claiming it didn't mean agreeing with it, it meant being responsible for it. Taking it into your hands and deciding what it became going forward. Harry had stood over Voldemort's body 3 weeks ago. He'd been the last person to speak to Tom Riddle before he died. He was about as well equipped to look the Slytherin legacy in the face as anyone who'd ever lived. He picked up the ring. The green stone turned his skin briefly cold, and the magic that responded was not warm, not wide, not vertical. It was precise. It was the magic of someone who had spent their life seeing exactly what was in front of them without flinching, which was terrifying and clarifying in equal measure, and it recognized Harry with something that felt almost like reluctant respect, the acknowledgement of something that had been looking for a very long time for someone it couldn't dismiss. The ring settled. His right hand now bore 4 rings on 4 fingers. The air around the hand was doing things that weren't quite visible and weren't quite not. "I need to sit down after the next 2, Harry said. "I know," Ragnarok said. The black ring was ancient gold, set with a dark red stone that caught light in its depths like something burning slowly far inside it. Harry reached for it and felt the magic reach back, quicker than the others, more personal, less formal. The Black family magic recognized him with a grief-edged familiarity that hit him somewhere under his ribs, the specific sensation of being recognized by something that had lost the person it was supposed to belong to. Sirius was in this, somehow, not his ghost or his memory but the imprint of him, the way a house retained the shape of who had lived in it. The magic of the Black line, battered and ancient and still proud despite everything it had been put through, accepted Harry with the warmth of something coming home after a very long journey to somewhere cold. He exhaled sharply. "Harry?" Hermione's voice. "I'm fine." He was, mostly. Next. The Potter ring was last and simplest in appearance, plain gold, set with a clear stone that held a small point of light at its center like a captured star. Harry reached for it and felt everything come together. What happened in the next 30 seconds was not something he would ever be able to fully describe, partly because description required language and language was a human invention that had not been designed to carry this particular weight. He felt all 6 claims simultaneously active and recognized, and the magic of 6 ancient lines, each enormous on its own, linking through him like currents finding the same sea. The Potter line was warmth and stubbornness, the quiet courage of people who had not been famous but had consistently refused to do the wrong thing, generation after generation, when it would have been so much easier to look away. It was his father laughing on a broomstick. It was his mother choosing to stand between a man with a wand and a baby she would not leave unprotected. It was every generation of Potters who had looked at something unjust and felt that particular quality of stubborn refusal, that cold clear certainty that no, this is not how it should be, and I will not pretend otherwise. The ring settled. Harry's knees gave out. He didn't fall. Ron caught him from the left, Hermione from the right, and the 2 of them held him up with the practiced ease of people who'd kept each other standing through things that should have finished all of them. The stone floor came up to meet him in a controlled way, and he sat with his back against the base of one of the alcoves and his hands in his lap and just breathed. His right hand was extraordinary. Not visibly, to a casual observer the 5 rings and the one on his middle finger would have looked like mismatched jewelry, the slightly eccentric choice of someone who'd inherited a lot of old family pieces. But the magic was alive in all of them, linked, running through him in a current that wasn't painful but was enormous, the way standing in a river wasn't painful but required every muscle you had. 6, Hermione said softly, kneeling beside him. Harry, all 6. I know, he said. He sounded strange. His voice had the quality of someone who just surfaced from very deep water, still adjusting to the difference in pressure. How do you feel? He thought about this carefully, because it deserved a careful answer. He didn't feel powerful in the way he'd half expected, the triumphant surge of someone who just acquired an enormous weapon. He felt responsible. The weight of it was what hit hardest, not the power itself but the understanding of what power this size required. 6 ancient lines, each with a history, each with debts and legacies and relationships with the land and magic of Britain going back centuries. All of it looking to him now. All of it having made its assessment and decided he was sufficient. More than sufficient, apparently. I feel like I've agreed to carry something very heavy, he said. But I think I was already carrying it. I just know about it now. Ron, still crouching beside him, made a sound that might have been a laugh. That's the most you thing you've ever said. Thank you, Ron. Anytime, mate. Ragnarok stood at the entrance to the chamber and watched them with the expression Harry was beginning to recognize as his version of being moved, not emotion exactly, but a quality of deep attention that meant something had happened that mattered. The claims are registered, Ragnarok said. The ancestral records at Hogwarts will have received notification approximately 4 minutes ago. The Wisingamoth's Hereditary Records Office will receive notification in the morning. He paused. The Ministry will not receive notification, as ancient law does not require it, and I see no reason to exceed the requirements of ancient law. No, Harry said. Neither do I. He got to his feet. His legs held. His hands were steady. Ragnarok looked at him, all of him, the whole picture, and then did something Harry had never seen a goblin do in his entire life. He bowed. Not slightly, not perfunctorily. A real bow, low and deliberate, held for 3 full seconds. Lord Potterblack Peverell Slytherin, he said, rising. The legacy claims of Merlin and Pendragon do not have formal address conventions, but I believe the magic speaks for itself on that point. Don't, Harry said, not unkindly. Don't do the title. I'm Harry. Ragnarok straightened with the expression of someone filing this information away as characteristic. As you prefer. Harry. He turned toward the cart. Shall we go up? I have things to tell you about what comes next, and I would prefer to say them over tea, because they are complicated and I am old. Ragnarok, Hermione said, with a delighted surprise she didn't bother to conceal. You drink tea. I drink tea, I read poetry, and I have opinions about Quidditch, Ragnarok said, walking. You have all been very surprised by goblins your entire lives and it continues to reflect poorly on your education. They sat in Ragnarok's office, which had been arranged for 4 in the time it had taken them to ride back up, and they drank tea. Ragnarok's was very dark and had a smell that reminded Harry of iron, while Ragnarok talked. The Wisingamoth, he began, has 2 kinds of seats. Elected seats, which are what most witches and wizards think of when they think of the Wisingamoth, appointed through the Ministry. And hereditary seats, which predate the Ministry's system and exist independently of it. A hereditary seat cannot be removed by Ministry appointment. It cannot be suspended, revoked, or overridden by executive action. The only way to remove a hereditary seat is for the magical line holding it to die out entirely. How many hereditary seats does Harry now hold? Hermione asked. 6, Ragnarok said. 1 per lordship. But this is not the most significant legal implication. He set down his tea. The Wisingamoth, when it passes legislation, does so by majority vote. Hereditary seats carry a specific vote weight under the original charter, 3 times the weight of an appointed seat. In the current Wisengamot configuration, there are 47 appointed seats and 9 hereditary seats. Harry now controls 6 of the 9 hereditary seats. Hermione was writing very fast. Which means, Harry said slowly, that in any Wisengamot vote, you hold enough weighted voting authority to block any legislation that does not have your consent, Ragnarok said. Not to pass whatever you like, that requires a broader coalition. But to block. Yes. The Restoration Act, in its current form, could not pass with your opposition. Ron put his mug down. He can just walk in and kill the act. Constitutionally, Ragnarok said. Yes. But Thickness doesn't know that, Harry said, thinking out loud. Or, he suspects it, which is why he drafted the act in the first place, but he doesn't know Harry's actually claimed the Lordships yet, Hermione said, her pen moving. The notification to the Wisengamot goes in the morning. But Thickness won't necessarily read it immediately. He'll have staff filtering correspondence. There could be a delay. The delay is not the opportunity, Ragnarok said, with the patience of someone who'd been 3 steps ahead of this conversation since they sat down. The opportunity is this: the notification of claimed lordships goes to the Wisengamot's Ancestral Records Office, yes. But the formal recognition of those lordships, the public, legally binding acknowledgement, must happen in person, before the Wisengamot or at Hogwarts, which is the only other institution with the authority to witness such recognition. Until that formal recognition occurs, the claims exist magically and are real, but their legal weight in the Wisengamot is not yet activated. So we need to do it formally, Harry said. Before the 24th, Hermione said. Before the Ministry's people figure out what they're looking at when the notification lands on their desk, Ron said, and he said it with a sharpness that Harry had learned to recognize as Ron's tactical mind engaging, the part of him that had always been a better strategist than anyone gave him credit for. How long will it take them to work out the legal implications? Most Ministry bureaucrats? Hermione thought. The notification won't even use language they're familiar with. Hereditary lordship law is ancient and specialized. It'll sit on a desk for a few days while someone figures out which department it belongs to. We have 4 days, Harry said. Maybe 5. To do the formal recognition before they understand what's happening. Where? Ragnarok asked, with the air of a professor whose students had just arrived at the correct answer and deserved to keep going. Hogwarts, Harry said. Not the Ministry, they control the Ministry's space. But Hogwarts is, outside Ministry jurisdiction, Hermione said. It always has been, technically. Dumbledore spent years arguing that point. The Great Hall, Harry said. He could see it clearly, the rebuilt space, the high table, the house banners. It's being used for the summer restoration program. There are students there. Staff. We could, he looked at Hermione. We need an audience. We need witnesses, she corrected, her voice picking up the speed it got when a plan was crystallizing. Legally and strategically. If the formal recognition happens in front of witnesses, real ones, people who can't be dismissed or pressured into recanting what they saw, it becomes a matter of public record that no Ministry memo can quietly reclassify. Students, Ron said. Neville's still there. He's been helping with the rebuild. Professor McGonagall, Hermione said. The press, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. You want journalists there. I want the prophet there, Harry said. And anyone else who'll come. Because when it happens, when the formal recognition occurs and the magic responds the way it responded in the vault, I want there to be so many witnesses that Thickness can't find a way to put a Ministry spin on it. His voice was level and certain, and the certainty wasn't bravado, it was the same quality he'd had in the vault, the sense of something fitting into place that had always been meant to fit there. I want it to be undeniable. Ragnarok looked at him with those old, dense eyes. You are thinking several moves ahead, he said, and there was something in his tone that was not quite approval but was its close relative. I've had a complicated year, Harry said. Several, Ron said. They left Gringotts in the early evening. The sky above Diagon Alley was the deep blue of the hour before dark, and the shops were closing, and the street was emptying of the families and the Quidditch-arguing children and the witch in green robes who had opinions about Harry Potter. The alley felt quieter in the blue hour, more itself, stripped of the performance of daytime commerce back to whatever it actually was underneath, cobblestones and old magic and the accumulated weight of centuries of witches and wizards who had walked down this street buying things they needed for lives they were trying to live. Harry walked with his hands in his jacket pockets, the rings on his right hand hidden, the weight of them present. I need to write to Neville tonight, he said. I'll write to Professor McGonagall, Hermione said. She deserves to hear it from us directly, not to be surprised. What do we tell her? The truth. She's McGonagall. She'd rather have the truth and 20 minutes to be irritated about it than a comfortable version. She's going to be, Ron considered. What's the word? When something stuns McGonagall but she's too professional to show it. Formidable, Hermione said. That's her normal setting. I mean the thing beyond that. Thunderstruck, Harry suggested. Thunderstruck but very composed about it, Ron agreed. Yeah. They reached the leaky cauldron, and Tom the landlord gave Harry a nod that was just slightly too deferential, the new uncomfortable normal of public recognition. Harry nodded back, and they stepped through into the Muggle world, and for half a block he let the noise and indifference of Muggle London wash over him like clean water. Harry, Hermione said quietly. She'd stopped walking. He turned. She was looking at him with the expression she got when she'd been processing something for a while and had finally worked out how to say it. How are you, actually? Not in terms of the plan. Not in terms of the Lordships. You. He thought about it genuinely. I feel like I have something to do, he said. Which is, it's the most okay I've felt since the battle. Since before the battle, maybe. He looked at the street, at the red buses and the evening pedestrians and the perfectly ordinary Muggle world going about its business on a June evening. Is that a bad thing? That what's making me feel okay is, this? No, Hermione said, with quiet conviction. What was making you not okay was standing still. You've never been good at standing still, Harry. You're not built for it. She looked at the rings he'd let appear for a moment on his right hand, the way the evening light caught the various stones. And this isn't just about you feeling better. It is the right thing. Thickness and his act, it's wrong, and it needs to be stopped, and your position to stop it. Those things being true at the same time as it also being good for you is not a contradiction. Hermione, Ron said, has anyone ever told you that you're very good at this? Frequently, Hermione said, and resumed walking. Harry smiled, which was the first time all day he'd done it without any calculation involved, without checking whether it was appropriate given everything that had happened and everything that was still wrong with the world. Just a smile, simple and unremarkable, walking down a Muggle street in the evening with his two best friends and 6 sets of ancient magic humming quietly in the rings on his right hand. He wrote to Neville that night at the kitchen table in Grimmauld Place, and he told him most of it, enough that Neville would understand the shape of what was coming, enough that he could decide if he wanted to be part of it. He said it plainly, the way you said things to someone you trusted absolutely, without the diplomatic softening he might have used with someone whose loyalty he wasn't certain of. I'm claiming 6 lordships and I'm going to use them to stop Thickness's act and probably several other things that need stopping. I want to do the formal recognition at Hogwarts, in the Great Hall, publicly. I need you there, Nevada. Not because I need the support, though I do. Because this should happen in front of people who deserve to see it, and you're one of them. He sent it with his owl and then sat for a while in the quiet kitchen, listening to the house settle around him. Grimmauld Place had a way of making its presence known at night, not in a frightening way anymore, just in the way of a very old building that had a great deal to say if you listened to the right kind of nothing. The portrait of Walburga Black had been curtained off years ago, but he sometimes thought he could feel her disapproval radiating through the fabric, and now, tonight, he thought perhaps it was different, perhaps what he felt through the curtains was the opposite of disapproval, the complex pride of a woman who had been terrible in most ways that mattered but who had, underneath all of it, cared ferociously about the greatness of her bloodline, and whose bloodline had just done something that even she would have had to admit was significant. He flexed his right hand under the kitchen table, watching the rings catch the lamplight. The ancient magic hummed, quiet and certain, and waited. 11 days, now. 11 days until Thickness stood in front of the Wizengamot and tried to bury what Harry had just dug up. Harry was looking forward to it with a clarity that would have alarmed a year ago and now felt simply honest. He was not afraid. He was not uncertain. He had 6 sets of the oldest magic in Britain running through his right hand, and he had the 2 best people he knew sleeping upstairs, and he had a plan that was going to work because it was built on something that could not be argued with or administratively overridden. He went to bed. He dreamed of rings and rivers and the deep, patient hum of stone remembering. Chapter 3, The Proclamation. The owl from Neville arrived at breakfast. It was a short letter, which was typical of Neville. He'd never been someone who used 12 words when 4 would do. The letter said, "I'm in. McGonagall already knows. She figured it out herself, apparently, when the Hogwarts wards shifted last night. She wants to talk to you before anyone else arrives. Come today if you can." Harry read it twice, passed it to Hermione, and ate the rest of his toast. "The wards shifted," Hermione said, reading over the parchment. "Of course they did. Hogwarts felt the claims being made. The castles connected to the Pendragon and Merlin frameworks. When you established the legacy inheritance, it would have rippled," Harry said. "Yes." She looked up. McGonagall would have felt it through her role as headmistress. She'd have known something significant happened. She's too smart not to have worked out what. Is she going to try to talk me out of it? Hermione thought about this honestly, which he appreciated. "No," she said. "I think she's going to try to make sure you've thought through the consequences." "Which you have. Then she'll be fine." Ron appeared from the direction of the stairs, fully dressed for once before anyone had to say anything, his hair still doing its morning chaos in every direction. He picked up Neville's letter from where Hermione had set it, read it, and said, "McGonagall already knows." "She figured it out," Harry said. "Right." Ron poured himself tea. "So when are we going?" Hogwarts in summer was a different creature than the school Harry had grown up in, and he hadn't fully adjusted to the change. The castle was the same stone, the same towers, the same view of the lake from the approach road, but the energy was different, purposeful in a way that had nothing to do with classes or Quidditch or the social architecture of schoolhouses. It was a building being repaired by people who loved it, and that had its own particular texture. They could hear the hammering from the gates. Students moved across the grounds in working groups, some carrying stone, some levitating timber, some doing the more delicate magical restoration that required a steady hand and a lot of patience. Harry recognized several faces as they walked up the drive, a 7th-year Hufflepuff he knew vaguely, 2 Ravenclaw girls who'd fought in the battle and who nodded at him with the particular acknowledgement of people who'd been through something together that didn't need to be spoken. Neville met them at the front doors. He looked different in a way that Harry was still getting used to. The Neville who'd showed up in the room of requirement with a split lip and more authority than Harry had ever seen him carry, that Neville had not gone away after the battle. He'd settled into it, the way you settled into clothes that finally fit. He was taller than Harry remembered, or stood taller, which was perhaps the same thing. He took one look at Harry's right hand and his eyes widened for just a moment. "You actually did it," he said. "Did you think I wouldn't?" "I thought you'd do it," Neville said, recovering. "I thought Hermione would have a plan and Ron would have eaten 3 things he wasn't supposed to and you'd have done it. I just didn't think I'd be able to feel them." Harry looked at him. "You can feel them?" "Through the castle," Neville said, with the matter-of-fact certainty of someone who'd been growing into a relationship with Hogwarts since he'd managed his first stunner in the greenhouses. "The wards were doing something odd all of last night. Different. Like, you know when you're in a room and something's changed, but you can't immediately work out what it is. It was like that, but the room was the whole castle. He looked at Harry's hand again. McGonagall is in her office. She's been very calm about everything, which is terrifying. That's her version of excited, Ron said. Yeah, Neville agreed. I know. McGonagall's office still had traces of Dumbledore in it, some of the instruments on the shelves, a particular way the light came through the windows, but it was entirely hers now in the ways that mattered. The desk was organized with military precision. The portraits of the previous headmasters and headmistresses on the walls were awake and attentive, more than one face angled toward the door before Harry even opened it. McGonagall was standing at the window when they entered, looking out at the grounds with her hands clasped behind her back. She didn't turn immediately, and Harry understood that she was taking a moment, which meant whatever she was going to say had been carefully considered. Then she turned, and she looked at his right hand, and something moved across her face that she controlled immediately but not quite fast enough. Sit down, she said. They sat. Neville leaned against the wall near the door. McGonagall looked at Harry for a long moment, in the way she'd been looking at him since first year, the look that had always contained the complicated mixture of exasperation, investment, and something she'd never directly named that Harry had always suspected was pride but had never been certain of. The castle told me last night, she said. I was in the middle of reviewing restoration schedules when every ward in Hogwarts shifted simultaneously. Not dramatically. Just adjusted. Like a compass finding north. She paused. I sat down and I thought about it, and I recalled a conversation I had with Albus many years ago in which he said something I didn't fully understand at the time. He said that if the right person ever claimed the old lordships, the school would know it before any notice arrived. That it had been waiting for it. She stopped again, shorter this time. Then your owl arrived this morning from Neville's account and I understood. Are you going to try to talk me out of the formal recognition here? Harry asked. No, she said, with a crispness that settled the question permanently. What you are doing is legally sound, magically unprecedented, and, in my judgment, necessary. The Restoration Act is not what Thickness is presenting it as. I have read the provisions Kingsley shared, and I recognize the scaffolding of authoritarian legislation when I see it. I was a young woman when Grindelwald's influence first started appearing in ministry language. She sat down behind her desk. What I want to discuss with you is the how. You want to do this in the Great Hall. With witnesses. With the press, Harry said. Yes, I assumed. She was quiet for a moment. Rita Skeeter is going to write something terrible about you. Rita Skeeter always writes something terrible about me. At least this time I'll have given her something real to be terrible about. Something crossed McGonagall's face that was absolutely not a smile and absolutely was. The Great Hall is being used for restoration coordination during the week, she said. On Saturday the working groups take a half day. The hall will be occupied but not chaotic. If we give the press 48 hours notice, they'll have enough time to arrive but not enough time to coordinate with the ministry about how to frame it before it happens. That's what I was thinking, Hermione said, with the satisfaction of someone whose analysis had been confirmed by an independent source. Miss Granger, McGonagall said, I have no doubt that you have a 17-page briefing document on this. I would like to read it before tomorrow morning. 19 pages, Hermione said. I can have it to you by tonight. McGonagall looked at Harry. Is there anything you need from me, specifically, for the formal recognition itself? Witness, Harry said simply. That's all. Just, be there. And let it happen without intervening. Potter, she said, and her voice had dropped out of its formal register into something older and more direct. After everything I have watched you do in this school and outside of it, do you genuinely believe I would intervene? He held her gaze. No, he said. I don't. She nodded once. Saturday, then. I will notify the staff. And I will send word to the portraits, the ones who have connections to other wizarding institutions. When something like this occurs, it should be witnessed by as many of the old magic's representatives as possible. She glanced at the wall of portraits, where at least 3 of the former headmasters and headmistresses were now quite openly listening. I see no reason to pretend they haven't been following this conversation. Everard, from a painting in the second row, made a sound that was either a cough or an attempt at discretion. Dilly's Derwent caught Harry's eye and gave him a small, firm nod. They spent Thursday and Friday moving. Harry wrote letters and Hermione organized them, and Ron, who turned out to have an instinct for logistics that 3 years of chess and 1 year of running from a Dark Lord had honed to a fine edge, coordinated who was told what and in what order. The story that went to the press, a selective one, sent to 2 journalists they could somewhat trust and the Prophet's editor, who owed Harry a debt of professional accuracy after the Ministry's interference in his 5th year, was carefully worded. Not a press release. An invitation. Something significant is going to happen at Hogwarts on Saturday morning. If you'd like to witness history, be at the Great Hall at 10 o'clock. Vague enough to intrigue. Specific enough in its confidence to be taken seriously. The journalist who wrote back fastest was not who Harry expected. It was a wizard named Barnabas Cuff, the Prophet's editor, who sent a 1-line reply, "I'll be there with 3 reporters and a photographer. Don't disappoint me, Potter." Harry wrote back, "I won't." He also, on Friday morning, sent an owl to the Ministry. Not to Thickness, to the Wisingamott's Ancestral Records Office, a formal notification that he would be undertaking public lordship recognition at Hogwarts on Saturday at 10 o'clock, and that as a matter of constitutional courtesy he was informing the relevant body. He used the archaic formal language Hermione had found in one of her reference texts, language so old it had a different cadence than modern wizarding correspondence, and he signed it with all 6 names. Hermione looked over the letter before he sent it. "That's going to cause chaos in their filing system," she said. "I know," Harry said. "Someone's going to escalate it to Thickness." "I know. He's going to send someone to Hogwarts on Saturday to, I know, Hermione." He sealed the letter. Let him. Friday night, Luna arrived. Harry hadn't written to her specifically, Neville had, because Neville understood things about people that were sometimes more precise than anything Harry could have managed, and she came up the drive at sunset with her dirigible plum earring swaying and her wand tucked behind her ear and the expression she always wore, which was not quite serene and not quite anywhere else, but entirely, uncomplicatedly herself. "Neville said something important was happening," she said, when Harry met her at the door. "He said you'd done something with the old rings." "All 6, Harry said. Luna looked at his right hand with the focused attention she usually gave to things that other people dismissed. She reached out, not grabbing, just touching the air near the rings, the way you might test the heat of a fire without committing to it, and then withdrew her hand. "They're very awake," she said. "All of them. They're a bit surprised, I think. Not at you specifically, just at being awake after so long." She looked up at him. "Are you all right? Really? Why does everyone keep asking me that?" He said it without irritation, because Luna didn't ask questions rhetorically. "Because you tend to be fine in a way that's actually managing," she said, "and there's a difference, and the people who care about you can tell." She studied him. "You're not just managing." "No," he said, honestly. "I'm not." "Good," she said, and walked inside as if this concluded the matter. Saturday arrived with the kind of clear, generous morning that England offered occasionally in summer as if to apologize for the other 10 months. The sky was the proper deep blue of a day that intended to be noticed. The lake was still. Even the hammering had stopped, the restoration crews taking their half-day, and the castle breathed in the quiet. By 9:30, the Great Hall had more people in it than the restoration schedule accounted for. Word had spread in the way things spread in small communities where everyone knew everyone, not through the official notifications, not through the press invitations, but through the organic, unstoppable movement of people who had learned that something was going to happen and had decided to be there for it. Students who'd stayed for the summer, most of them 7th years who'd fought, who'd spent the year in the room of requirement or running or fighting back in whatever small ways had been available. Teachers who'd stayed for the rebuild. Hagrid, in the front row of the space that had spontaneously organized itself into an audience, filling twice as much space as anyone else and trying to look casual about crying preemptively. The journalists from the Prophet were there, 3 reporters and the promised photographer, who had staked out a position near the high table with professional aggression. 2 reporters from the Quibbler were there as well, which Harry had not arranged and suspected was Luna's doing. A wizard Harry didn't recognize in unfamiliar robes, international, he thought, perhaps French, stood near the door with a quick quill and the air of someone who had received a tip and traveled quickly. And standing near the door at the back, wearing ministry robes and looking like he'd been sent here in a hurry and was not happy about it, was a thin wizard with a clipboard and the expression of a bureaucrat who had arrived to do something official and had found himself significantly outnumbered by people who were not going to care. Harry saw him and felt nothing except a mild, practical awareness of the fact. He stood at the entrance to the Great Hall with Ron and Hermione on either side of him and Neville and Luna slightly behind, and he looked at the gathered people, the students who'd survived things that students shouldn't have to survive, the teachers who'd stayed, the journalists, Hagrid sniffling into a handkerchief the size of a small tablecloth, and he felt the particular quality of a moment that had been building for a long time finally arriving. "Ready?" Ron said. "Been ready," Harry said, and walked in. The room noticed him the moment he crossed the threshold. Not because he'd done anything to announce himself, he simply walked in, wearing jeans and a jacket and the 6 rings on his right hand, and the room knew. It was the same quality of recognition that the vault had given him, except broader, the castle itself contributing its awareness to the moment, the old wards reaching toward him, and the people in the room feeling it without necessarily knowing what they were feeling. He walked to the center of the hall. Not the high table, the center. Where everyone could see him clearly, where no elevated platform separated him from the room. McGonagall stood near the high table. She met his eyes across the hall and gave him the smallest of nods. He raised his right hand. He hadn't planned a speech. Hermione had offered to write something and he declined, politely but definitely, because what needed to happen here was not a speech. It was not a performance. It was something simpler and more difficult than that. "Most of you know what's happened over the last 3 weeks, he said, and his voice carried through the great hall without him having to project it, the acoustics of the room doing what they'd always done, carrying words to every corner. The war's over. Voldemort is dead. And the people who made that happen, who fought, who survived, who lost people they loved, they deserve to have what comes next be something better than what came before." He paused. The hall was very quiet. "The Ministry of Magic is drafting legislation right now. It's called the Restoration Act. It sounds like recovery. What it actually is a power grab, a way for the same institution that ran Muggle-born registration hearings, that tortured people in its own basement, that failed everyone in this room in every way that mattered, to cement itself so thoroughly that nothing like what happened this year can ever be challenged from the outside." He looked at the ministry man near the door, who had gone quite still. "I'm not going to let that happen." Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. 3 days ago I went to Gringotts and I claimed the lordships of 6 ancient wizarding lines. He turned his right hand over so the rings were visible. The photographer's camera went off in a burst of light. Potter. Black. Peverell. Slytherin. Merlin. Pendragon. Every one of those lines has Wisengamot representation and constitutional authority that predates the ministry's founding charter by centuries. In terms of ancient magical law, real law, not the kind that gets rewritten when it's inconvenient, those claims give me the authority to block any legislation the ministry puts forward without my consent. The murmur that had been building broke over the room in a wave. Harry let it crest and subside. "I'm not here to rule anyone," he said. "I'm not setting myself up as a king or a lord or anything that requires you to bow. I'm here because the law, the real, ancient law, recognizes these claims, and the ministry needs to know that someone is going to use them. That someone is paying attention. That this time, the people who are supposed to protect Wizarding Britain are actually going to be held accountable by something with more teeth than a strongly worded letter. In the front row, Hagrid was openly crying. The students around him were not. They were watching Harry with an intensity that had nothing performative in it, the focused, measuring attention of people who'd learned to distinguish between words and meaning. The formal recognition, Harry said. That's what happens now. He extended his right hand, rings facing upward, and spoke the words Ragnarok had taught him, old words, older than the Ministry, older than the Statute of Secrecy, in a language that predated modern English in the same way that bedrock predated topsoil. He said them clearly and without ceremony, because the magic didn't need ceremony. It just needed truth. What happened next was not subtle. The light that came from the rings was not dramatic in color, no explosions, no theatrical bursts of green or gold or purple. It was white, and it was total, and it came from all 6 rings simultaneously and rose in a column that reached the ceiling of the Great Hall, and the ceiling of the Great Hall, which usually showed the sky, went dark, and the stars appeared on it in their proper positions even though it was 10 o'clock on a summer morning, and they were not the positions of the sky above Scotland. They were older. Luna made a soft sound of wonder beside Neville. One of the reporters dropped their quick quotes quill. Every portrait in the Great Hall, and there were many, the 4 founders among them, turned to face Harry simultaneously. The one who moved most visibly was Salazar Slytherin, who had been depicted with an expression of permanent disdain for the last 700 years and who now looked at Harry with something that was not quite approval but was the end of disdain. Godric Gryffindor was leaning so far forward in his frame he was in danger of falling out. The white light held for 10 seconds, 15, and in those seconds the wards of Hogwarts moved. Harry felt it, felt the castle reorienting around him the way a compass needle swings to north, not a transfer of ownership. Hogwarts was nobody's property, but a recognition, the same word Ragnarok had used, the same essential act of acknowledgement. And the ancestral magic of 6 lines ran through the stones of the hall and was recorded in something deeper than any parchment. Then the light receded. The stars on the ceiling faded. The ceiling returned to blue summer sky, the lake visible in it, a bird crossing from east to west. Harry lowered his hand. The hall was completely silent. It lasted for perhaps 3 seconds. Then Hagrid started clapping, which was technically applause in the same way a thunderstorm was technically rainfall, and the room came alive around it, students, teachers, the Quibbler reporters, the photographer still firing off shots, everyone except the Ministry man near the door, who had his clipboard clutched in both hands and was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who had been sent to do a job and had just understood, in full, that the job was already done. Harry looked at him across the room. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The Ministry man turned and walked quickly out the door. Harry watched him go with the calm of someone watching a message be delivered. Good, he thought. Go tell him. McGonagall moved through the crowd to Harry's side with the efficiency of a woman who had been making paths through crowds for 40 years. She stopped beside him and looked at the place where the column of light had been, and then at his face, and he saw in her expression, fully visible now, no control adequate to contain it, the complex pride he'd always suspected and never been entirely certain of. She didn't say anything, which was very McGonagall, and then she said, Albus always thought it would be you, in a voice that was only slightly uneven, and then she said, come, you'll need to speak to the journalists before they start inventing things, and the practical efficiency was back, solid and reassuring as the castle walls. He followed her. The interviews happened in the corridor outside the Great Hall, McGonagall managing the press with the patient authority of someone who had dealt with more chaos in the last month than most people encountered in a career. Harry answered questions straightforwardly, without the careful hedging of someone managing a public image. Yes, he had claimed all 6 lordships. Yes, the claims were legally and magically binding. No, he was not interested in political power in the conventional sense. No, he would not be dissolving the Wizengamot, he would be using his position within it to ensure it functioned the way it was supposed to. What about the Restoration Act? The Prophet's lead reporter asked. Young woman, early 30s, sharp eyes that reminded him a little of Hermione's assessment face. Do you intend to oppose it? In its current form, yes, Harry said. Completely. The act as drafted gives the ministry authority it was never supposed to have and uses the language of recovery to disguise what is actually a significant consolidation of power. I'll oppose it in the Wisengamot with every vote available to me, and I have rather a lot of votes. And if the ministry challenges the legitimacy of the lordship claims? They're welcome to try, Harry said, pleasantly. The magic that recognized those claims has been active for longer than the ministry has existed. I'd be interested to see the legal argument. The reporter wrote something down with a small, private smile that she didn't quite suppress. The interview from the Quibbler was different. It was conducted by a young man with Luna's own quality of seeing around corners, who asked Harry not about the politics but about the experience of claiming the rings, what it had felt like, what the ancient magic was like from the inside. Harry found, to his own surprise, that he could answer this more fully than the political questions, because it was true in a way that required no management. Like being recognized, he said. Like something that had been looking for a long time finally finding what it was looking for. That's the best I can do. The young man nodded, as if this was exactly what he'd expected. In the afternoon, when the journalists had gone and the students had drifted back to their restoration work with the charged energy of people who'd witnessed something they'd be telling for the rest of their lives, Harry sat on the steps of the Hogwarts entrance with Ron and Hermione and Neville and Luna, and they ate sandwiches that Neville had organized from the kitchens, and nobody said very much for a while. That ministry bloke, Ron said eventually, around a mouthful. He's going to be back in London in 2 hours. Probably less, Neville said. He was moving fast. Thickness is going to know by this afternoon, Hermione said. She had her notebook, but she wasn't writing in it, she was eating a sandwich and watching the lake with the particular quality of attention that meant she was simultaneously present and processing. He's going to be furious. What will he do? Neville asked. He'll try to discredit it, Hermione said. That'll be his first move. He'll get someone to write an opinion piece about the validity of ancient lordship claims, something that sounds authoritative, and he'll try to get ahead of the prophet story. The prophet story is going to be enormous, Ron said, with the satisfaction of someone who'd helped position exactly this outcome. And accurate, Harry said. Which is the part that's going to be difficult to argue with. The photographer was there. The light was, he paused, thinking of the column of white light and the stars on the ceiling. That's not something you can explain away in an opinion piece. No, Luna agreed, eating her sandwich with perfect serenity. Ancient magic tends to be very visual when it's been waiting as long as that has. She looked sideways at Harry. The founders' portraits are going to be interesting to talk to from now on. Slytherin looked at me, Harry said. He did, Luna confirmed. He stopped looking superior. For Salazar Slytherin, that's practically a standing ovation. Harry looked out at the lake, where the giant squid had surfaced lazily in the afternoon warmth, one enormous tentacle resting on the surface with the relaxed air of a creature that had been there long before any of this and expected to be there long after. He thought about Thickness receiving the news this afternoon. About the frantic emergency meetings that would follow, the ministry's advisors trying to work out how to respond, the legal challenges being drafted by people who didn't fully understand what they were challenging. He thought about the Wisengamot session on the 24th and the faces of the assembled members when he walked in with 6 hereditary seats and 3 times the voting weight of any appointed representative. He thought about Fred. It was less sharp than it had been, the grief was beginning to do what grief eventually did, settling from acute wound into permanent presence, the kind you carried rather than the kind that carried you. He didn't think it was wrong to feel both things at once, the loss and the forward motion, the grief and the certainty. If anything, the forward motion was for the loss, was the thing he could build in the space that loss had carved out. Thank you, he said to all of them, and he meant all of it, the presents, the sandwiches, the planning, the 319 pages of briefing documents and the chess players' logistics and the letters to Neville and whatever Luna had done to ensure the Quibbler was there this morning. Ron shrugged in a way that communicated both of course and don't be soppy about it. Neville said, where else would we be, and didn't seem to notice he was echoing Ron from 3 days ago. Luna said, you're going to need to be careful with thickness, with the tone of someone who'd seen something adjacent to the future and was being responsible about sharing it. What do you mean? Harry asked. He's not stupid, Luna said. And he's genuinely afraid of what you've done. Not politically afraid, actually afraid. The personally frightened are more dangerous than the politically calculating, because they don't always act rationally. She considered her sandwich. He'll do something unexpected. When? Soon, she said. Before the 24th. Harry filed this away with the seriousness he'd learned to give Luna's assessments, which was the seriousness of someone who'd learned that she was wrong in the conventional sense about 1 thing in every 10 and right in the unconventional sense about 9 things in 10. He looked back at the lake, and the sun on the water, and the castle behind them breathing its old patient breath, and thought, let him try. The prophet ran the story the next morning with 3 photographs and a headline that covered half the front page. Harry Potter claims 6 ancient lordships in dramatic Hogwarts ceremony. Ministry faces unprecedented constitutional challenge. The photographs were extraordinary, the column of light, Harry's right hand with the rings visible, and one still shot of his face in the moment after the recognition, which Harry looked at and felt slightly strange about because his own expression was unfamiliar to him. He looked, in the photograph, not triumphant or fierce or anything the press usually associated with his face. He looked certain. Completely, uncomplicatedly certain, in a way he couldn't remember looking before. The opinion piece appeared the same day, in the editorial column, under a name Harry didn't recognize. It questioned the validity of ancient lordship claims in the context of modern magical jurisprudence. It used words like anachronistic and constitutionally ambiguous. Nobody read the opinion piece. Everyone read the front page. By Monday morning, the Owls were arriving at Grimmauld Place in numbers that required Creature to take a formal position on the matter, which he communicated by appearing at the breakfast table with a filing system of his own devising and the expression of an elf who had not been asked to create a filing system but who had taken the initiative because the alternative was chaos, and Creature's opinions on chaos were well established. Most of the letters were supportive. Some were cautious. A few were hostile in the particular, impersonal way of people who felt their status threatened by someone else's power and were expressing it through formal correspondence. 3 were interesting. The first was from Kingsley Shacklebolt, brief and direct. What you've done is extraordinary. Come and see me. I have information about the act that you need to hear in person. The second was from an address Harry didn't recognize, a wizarding solicitor's office in Edinburgh, formally notifying him that as the holder of the Slytherin lordship, he was now the legal owner of several properties, one of which was a small island off the Scottish coast that had been held in trust for the Slytherin line for 400 years and had, the solicitor noted, some very unusual wards that the firm had never been able to fully catalogue. The third letter had no return address. The handwriting was precise and slightly cold, and the letter said only, "You've started something you don't understand yet. If you're going to finish it, you'll need what I have. I'll be in contact." It was signed with a single initial. M. Harry showed it to Hermione, who frowned at it for a long moment. He showed it to Ron, who said, "Malfoy," immediately, with the certainty of someone who recognized a specific kind of deliberate obscurity. Harry held the letter and thought about Draco Malfoy, who had hesitated with a wand in the room of requirement, who had not identified Harry to Bellatrix, who had survived the war by a combination of luck and the particular intelligence of knowing exactly when not to act. Who had more reason than almost anyone to want Thickness's ministry dismantled. He set the letter on the table. 9 days until the Wisengamot session. Something unexpected, Luna had said. Before the 24th. He looked at the unsigned letter and thought about chess, and about Ron moving pieces with the calm authority of someone who understood how sacrifice worked. "We should go see Kingsley," he said. "Today?" Hermione asked. "Today," Harry said. "And Hermione, start reading everything you can find about Malfoy Manor's wartime legal status. Everything. If whoever sent this letter is bringing us what I think they're bringing us, I want to understand the terrain before the conversation. She already had a book open. 9 pages, she said, not looking up. By tonight. 19, Ron said. She looked up just long enough to give him a look. 19, she agreed, and kept reading. Chapter 4, Fires in the Wizengamot. Kingsley Shacklebolt lived in a flat above a Muggle barbershop in Brixton that he'd occupied for 11 years under a notice-me-not charm so comprehensive that his downstairs neighbors had never once wondered about the man upstairs who occasionally received owls. The flat itself was large in ways that defied its exterior dimensions, filled with the evidence of a life lived between two worlds, a jazz record collection that took up an entire wall, horror case files stacked beside Muggle detective novels, a window box of herbs that were ordinary on one side and deeply magical on the other. Kingsley met them at the door with the expression of a man who had been doing rapid and unpleasant mental arithmetic since Saturday morning. "Come in," he said, and stood aside. They settled around his kitchen table. Kingsley made coffee, real coffee, not the ministry variety that tasted of burned paper, and sat across from Harry with the focused attention that Harry had always associated with him, the quality of a man who was always more alert than he appeared. "The Restoration Act," Kingsley said, without preamble. "The version I sent Hermione was the summary. The full text is 312 pages, and I received a copy through back channels 2 days ago." He slid a very thick folder across the table. Page 47. Hermione had it open before it finished sliding. "Kingsley," Harry said. "You were in Voldemort's ministry for a year under Polyjuice. You know how these things are built. What's buried in it?" Kingsley wrapped both hands around his mug. "Section 12, he said. "The bloodline provisions." Hermione's read the surface, the custodial authority language. "What's underneath it is a clause establishing a ministry tribunal with the authority to assess, quarantine, and in extreme cases legally dissolve any hereditary magical claim deemed to represent a threat to public order." The kitchen was very quiet. "They can dissolve hereditary claims," Ron said. "In theory," Kingsley said. "The clause is written carefully enough that it sounds administrative. Emergency powers for unusual circumstances. But the definition of unusual circumstances is left entirely to ministerial discretion." He looked at Harry. "Which means Thickness could, with this act in place, create a tribunal, declare your lordship claims destabilizing, and initiate a legal process to strip them. Could it work?" Harry asked. "Magically? No. The claims are real and the magic doesn't care about ministry tribunals." Kingsley paused. "Legally, in terms of the Wizengamot's function, if the act passes and the tribunal is established and begins proceedings, it creates enough legal ambiguity that your hereditary voting rights could be suspended pending resolution. Which would take years. During which the ministry would pass everything it wanted to pass. It's a delay mechanism," Hermione said from behind the folder. "He can't dissolve the claims. He knows that. But he can tie them up in procedure long enough to make them functionally irrelevant for the period he actually needs." Harry looked at the folder. He could see Hermione's expression as she read, the specific tightening around her eyes that meant she was finding things that confirmed the worst of what she'd expected. "There's more," Kingsley said. "There's always more," Ron said. Page 190. The media provisions. Kingsley's voice carried the particular flatness of someone delivering information they find deeply distasteful. Emergency authority to classify certain wizarding publications and broadcasting as potential sources of public disorder during the Restoration period. Not to shut them down outright, that would be too obvious. But to license them. Require ministry review of content deemed politically sensitive. Which in practice means the Prophet and the Wizarding Wireless come under editorial influence of the ministry within 60 days of the act passing. The thing Harry felt that was colder and cleaner than anger. It was the thing he'd felt reading Thickness's first letter, that recognition of rot that went all the way through, that had always been there waiting to take advantage of the right moment. He learned, Harry said. Kingsley looked at him. From Voldemort, Harry said. Not the methods, the strategy. Control the information. Control the legal framework. Don't fight the opposition, administrate it out of existence. He picked up his coffee mug and held it without drinking. He watched how Voldemort's ministry worked. He ran it, for a year. And he thought the problem wasn't what was done, it was that it was done too obviously. Too violently. That it made enemies who would fight back. He set the mug down. He's building the same thing but with better paperwork. The silence that followed had weight. The 24th, Harry said. The Wisengamot session. It's the initial presentation, not the vote. Presentation and first reading, Kingsley said. The vote would be scheduled for 2 weeks after. Enough time, theoretically, for members to review the full text. He looked at Harry steadily. What are you going to do? Walk in, Harry said. Take my seats. All 6. It will cause, Kingsley began. Chaos, Harry said. I know. That's fine. Kingsley looked at him for a moment and then exhaled, not quite a laugh, not quite resignation. Something in between. I served under Dumbledore for 20 years, he said. He had this same quality. Of saying the thing that sounded unreasonable and being entirely right about it. He pushed back from the table. I want to be there. You're not a Wisengamot member anymore, Hermione said, looking up from the folder. No, Kingsley said. But I'm still a senior Auror and a former minister, and if I show up and sit in the public gallery with 3 colleagues, there's nothing thickness can do about it. He looked at Harry. You'll want people in that gallery who can't be dismissed. I'll want more than that, Harry said. The gallery should be full. He looked at Ron. Can you reach Neville and get him to coordinate the DA? Anyone who's in London. Anyone who can get to London by the 24th. Done, Ron said immediately. Not a show of force, Harry clarified. Not threatening. Just, present. The people who fought filling the public gallery of the Wisengamot while their representative takes his seats. He thought about it. Let thickness look out at that gallery and tell me the act is about protecting them. The 8 days between the Saturday proclamation and the Wisengamot session were not quiet. The ministry made 3 official statements, each one carefully worded to sound like measured institutional response and each one revealing, in the language it used, exactly how rattled the people writing it were. The first questioned the historical validity of pre-ministry lordship claims. The second announced the formation of a constitutional review committee to assess recent developments. The third, and this was the one that told Harry the most, did not mention him by name at all, which was the bureaucratic equivalent of whistling very hard while walking past something frightening. The prophet ran a follow-up piece with an interview from a wizarding historian at a Scottish university who talked for 6 paragraphs about the historical reality of the Pendragon magical legacy and 4 more paragraphs about the documented lineage connecting Merlin's tradition to the Potter family through demonstrated magical acts. The ministry's opinion columnist responded. The historian responded to that. The letters page caught fire with correspondence from readers who had opinions about ancient law, about the ministry's credibility, about Harry Potter in general, and about the state of wizarding Britain in the particular. It was, Ron observed, exactly what they'd wanted, a public conversation that could not be had without first acknowledging that Harry's claims were real and legally significant, which meant every argument against them began from a position of concession. Hermione spent 3 days in the Wisengamot's Public Records Office reviewing the constitutional documents she'd identified and returned each evening with new information and a quality of vindicated fury that was both familiar and slightly alarming. The hereditary vote waiting, she reported on the second evening, spreading parchment across the Grimmauld Place kitchen table. It's even stronger than Ragnarok suggested. In the original Wisengamot Charter, the 1692 document, right after the Statute of Secrecy, the hereditary seats were established specifically as a check on the elected ones. The language is explicit. They exist to prevent the concentration of institutional power. She looked at Harry over the parchments. The people who wrote the Wisengamot Constitution built in exactly the kind of mechanism you're using, because they just spent a century watching what happened when magical institutions became self-serving. They designed for this. They just never imagined it would take 300 years for someone to use it. Dumbledore must have known, Harry said. Almost certainly, she said. I think he hoped it would never be necessary. I think he believed the ministry could be reformed from within. She paused. I think he was wrong about that, and I think somewhere, at the end, he knew it. Harry thought about Dumbledore the way he always thought about Dumbledore, with the complicated grief of loving someone who'd been both more and less than you needed them to be. He'd have been brilliant at this, he said. He would have, Hermione agreed. But he would also have found 17 ways to complicate it and then arranged for someone younger and angrier to actually do the hard part. Ron, from across the table, said in a way that suggested this was accurate. The letter with the single initial arrived again on Wednesday, a proper letter this time, 2 pages, the handwriting still precise and cold but the content more substantial. No address, no signature beyond the M, but the information inside was specific enough that it didn't need a signature. It outlined, in clear and careful prose, the nature of meetings that had taken place during the war between Pius Thickness and representatives of what the letter called certain continental interests, parties that had been hedging their position, supporting Voldemort sufficiently to maintain access without committing completely, maintaining lines of communication with Thickness as an insurance policy. The letter named dates and approximate locations and the specific nature of what had been exchanged. It did not explain how the writer knew any of this. Harry read it once, passed it to Hermione, and waited. This is real, she said, after several minutes. This is specific enough to be real. The dates line up with what we know about Thickness's movements during the war. There's a gap in his official schedule in February that's never been publicly explained. Draco Malfoy was at Malfoy Manor for most of the war, Harry said. He would have seen. Heard. Probably been kept deliberately distant from some of it, but not from all of it. Malfoy Manor was the operational headquarters. People came through. If he documented what he witnessed, Hermione said slowly. He had a year with nothing to do but watch and be afraid, Harry said. I think he documented everything. He looked at the letter. He's not giving us this out of the goodness of his heart. No, Ron said. What does he want? Harry thought about this. The Malfoy family name is destroyed. His father is in Azkaban. His mother is alive but their social standing is gone, their assets are potentially at risk under the Restoration Act, and Draco Malfoy is 27 years old with a name that is currently synonymous with everything that went wrong. He turned the letter over in his hands. He wants a future. He wants whatever's left of his family out from under the ministry's thumb. And he's smart enough to know that the only thing that gets him that is being on the right side of what's happening now. He's not on our side, Ron said. No, Harry agreed. He's on his own side. Which right now happens to be pointed the same direction. He looked at the letter. Set up the meeting. Malfoy Manor, the way he suggested. Before the 24th. The 24th arrived in London weather, overcast, a thin persistent drizzle that made the city grey and determined. The Ministry of Magic's visitors' entrance on Whitehall admitted a stream of witches and wizards beginning at 8 o'clock, the ordinary business of a functioning institution, and in the public gallery above the Wisengamot circular chamber, people were taking seats 2 hours before the session was scheduled to begin. Neville had done extraordinary work. The gallery held 120 people by 9 o'clock. Harry didn't know all of them, but he recognized enough, the faces of the DA, of Hogwarts students who'd fought, of families of the fallen who'd dressed carefully for this and sat with the particular composure of people who had already been through the worst thing and found they were still standing. Kingsley was in the third row with 2 former Aurors. Luna was seated near the front with a copy of the Quibbler and an expression of serene attention. Neville sat beside her and looked, as he increasingly looked, like someone who had grown entirely into his own skin. Harry arrived at 10 minutes to 10. He came through the main entrance to the Wizengamot chamber, and he came alone, not dramatically, not making an entrance, just a person walking down a corridor in good clothes, his right hand in his jacket pocket, the rings there and real and humming their quiet ongoing hum. The Wizengamot chamber was circular, tiered, the elected members occupying their seats in rings from the floor upward. At the floor level were the 9 hereditary seats, arranged in a specific pattern that predated the building itself. The seats were physical objects of enormous age, dark wood and old stone, and they were recognizably different from the appointed seats above them. 3 of the hereditary seats were occupied. 2 were traditionally empty, their lines having died. The remaining 4, which now belonged to Harry, had been empty for so long they'd accumulated the particular quality of disused things, a slight dustiness of energy rather than surface. Thick carpeting in ministry purple. Portraits of former chief wizards on the walls. The smell of old parchment and the specific quality of magic that had been worked in a room repeatedly over many decades, a dense, layered quality, like sediment. Thickness was already seated at the minister's position, not a hereditary seat, not a Wizengamot seat, but the elevated chair at the front that the minister occupied during sessions by convention. He was a narrow man, Thickness, with the kind of face that administrative power gave people over years, controlled, carefully assembled, the face of someone who'd spent decades presenting neutrality while thinking something else entirely. He saw Harry enter and something happened behind his eyes that he locked down in under a second. Very professional. Very fast. Not fast enough. Harry walked to the hereditary seat area and sat down. Not in one seat. The hereditary seats were physically arranged around a central point, and the 4 that belonged to him were not adjacent, they were distributed, Slytherins at one point of the compass, Potters at another, Peverells at a third, Blacks at the fourth. Harry had known this from Ragnarok's briefing, and he'd prepared for it with something that had taken Hermione 2 evenings to confirm was legally permissible. Under the original charter, a single holder of multiple hereditary seats could petition, at the opening of a session, for the seats to be consolidated to a single location for the duration of their tenure. He stood at the central point of the hereditary arrangement and said, clearly and formally, the petition language Hermione had found, in the old form that predated the ministry's procedural updates. The 4 seats moved. It was not subtle. The ancient wooden seats slid across the stone floor with a sound that was more felt than heard, gathering into a single cluster beside the other hereditary members, and the stone of the floor adjusted around them without cracking or protesting, because the chamber itself recognized the legitimacy of what was happening even if every appointed member above was now staring down with expressions ranging from astonishment to outright alarm. Harry sat. The chief warlock, Dolores Umbridge's predecessor, reinstated after the war, an elderly wizard named Tiberius Ogden who had a reputation for procedural precision that verged on the obsessive, looked down from his elevated chair at the front and said, with remarkable composure, the Wizengamot acknowledges the presence of Lord Potterblack Peverell Slytherin in his hereditary seats. The sound that ran through the chamber at this acknowledgement was not quite a gasp. It was the sound of 47 appointed members suddenly doing the same mental arithmetic and arriving at the same answer. Thickness did not react visibly. Harry gave him credit for that. The session opened with procedural formalities that Harry sat through with the patience of someone who'd spent a year hunting Horcruxes in a tent and understood what genuine boredom felt like. The appointed members gave their reports and the chief warlock managed the order of business with his characteristic punctilious efficiency, and Harry watched Thickness and Thickness's eyes move to him every 40 seconds with the regularity of a man checking a pressure gauge. Then the Restoration Act came up for first reading. Thickness stood. He was a composed speaker, not magnetic, not particularly warm, but controlled and precise in a way that carried its own authority. He outlined the act in summary, the language of stabilization and recovery, the provisions for ministry oversight during what he called the delicate transitional period. He said the word protection 14 times, which Harry counted. When Thickness finished, Ogden opened the floor. Harry stood. The chamber went very quiet. The gallery above was already silent, had been since the seats moved. Chief Warlock, Harry said, with the formal address Hermione had drilled into him, not because he was uncertain of it but because the form mattered, because using the old language in the old way was itself an argument. Under the hereditary charter of 1692 and the provisions of ancient Wysingomot procedure, I invoke the hereditary right of first examination. Ogden looked at him over his spectacles with an expression of profound alertness. The right of first examination has not been invoked in this chamber in 173 years, Harry said, because Hermione had found the precedent. The last occasion was 1850, when the hereditary seat of Longbottom invoked it against a land seizure provision in the Agricultural Magic Regulation Act. The right was upheld. Silence. The right is upheld, Ogden said, and his voice carried the particular quality of a man who loved procedure above all things and had just found himself in the middle of something unprecedented and was rising to meet it. The floor recognizes Lord Potterblack Peverell Slytherin. Harry held up the folder Hermione had prepared. He didn't open it. He set it on the desk in front of him, and the weight of it landing on the ancient would make a sound that carried in the chamber's acoustics. The Restoration Act, he said, as presented, contains 312 pages of legislation, of which the summary presented to Wysingomot members in advance of this session represents approximately 40 pages of content. The remaining 272 pages were not distributed in advance. He paused. They contain provisions that were not summarized. I'd like to discuss some of them. Thickness said, the full text will be available for review in the standard 2-week period before the vote, Chief Warlock, Harry said, not raising his voice, not looking away from Ogden. Does the first reading procedure require that all members have access to the full text prior to the session? Ogden looked at Thickness. Then at Harry. It does, he said. Then the session should be suspended, Harry said, until the full text is distributed and the standard review period has elapsed. The murmur in the chamber had weight this time. It wasn't surprised, it was calculating, 47 appointed members running numbers on where they stood and what this meant and how their own positions related to it. Harry had counted them in advance, with Hermione, working through the Wysingomot's membership list with the attention to detail of people who'd spent a year surviving on precisely this kind of careful analysis. Of the 47, 12 were Thickness's reliable supporters. 19 were genuinely uncertain. 16 were either independent or resistant to ministry overreach. The hereditary members, the 3 already seated, with whom Harry had had brief, careful conversations this week, were 2 in support and 1 neutral. The math was not comfortable for Thickness even before Harry opened his mouth. The full text, Thickness said, smoothly, was available in the ministry's reference library. Members had access on request. On request, Harry said. Not distributed. Not sent. Available on request in a building controlled by the minister's office. He looked at the chamber. Not at Thickness, at the appointed members. He looked at the 19 who were uncertain, the people who hadn't committed, the ones who'd been waiting to see which way the wind blew. That's not transparency. That's a filing cabinet. One of the uncertain members, a middle-aged witch named Capperfowls whom Harry had researched, made a sound that was not quite a laugh and caught herself. Her neighbor leaned slightly toward her. The Act, Harry continued, grants the Ministry's Restoration Committee authority to classify and restrict hereditary magical claims. It establishes a tribunal that can suspend the exercise of those claims pending review. The definition of what triggers review is left to ministerial discretion. He opened the folder now, turned to the flagged page, and read the precise clause. Then he closed it. That is not a restoration provision. That is a mechanism to neutralize any legal challenge to ministry authority using the language of due process while actually eliminating it. Thickness was on his feet. The clause is designed to prevent the destabilizing effect of unvetted ancient claims being used to undermine legitimate institutional function. Legitimate, Harry said. One word. Flat. Not aggressive, not heated. Just the word, placed in the air of the chamber like something solid. The silence that followed it was the loudest thing Harry had heard since Voldemort fell. He looked at Thickness then, for the first time since the session began, really looked at him, held his gaze across the chamber with the direct, unblinking attention that 2 years of facing something vastly more frightening had given him. "You signed the Muggle-born Registration Act," he said. "You administered hearings in which people were chained to chairs in this building's basement for the crime of having magic. You ran this ministry for a year while it was a branch of Voldemort's operation, and when the battle ended you were in an undisclosed secure location." He paused. "You are standing in this chamber using the word legitimate." The gallery above was completely, utterly still. Thickness said, very carefully, "The minister's conduct during the wartime period has been reviewed by whom?" Harry asked. "By the ministry's own internal review committee. Appointed by the minister. Reporting to the minister." He shook his head. "That's not a review. That's paperwork." The murmur in the chamber had changed quality again. Harry could feel it, the shift from calculation to something more committed, the sound of people deciding things. Ogden said, quietly, "The procedural challenge to the first reading stands. The session will be suspended pending full distribution of the Act's text and a standard review period of 14 days. Thickness was on his feet again. "Chief Warlock, the procedural challenge," Ogden said, with the immovable precision of a man who loved rules and had just found himself in the position of using them against the person who'd expected to control them, "is filed by a holder of 6 hereditary seats whose combined vote weight exceeds the threshold for procedural override. The challenge is upheld." Thickness sat. It was a very controlled sit. Everything about Thickness was controlled, Harry had to give him that. The face was managed, the hands were still, the body language was professional. But the eyes, the quick calculation behind the eyes, had changed. The pressure gauge had moved into a range he hadn't planned for. Harry watched him and thought about what Luna had said. The personally frightened are more dangerous than the politically calculating. He filed this thought carefully and didn't move from his seat while the session dissolved around him into the procedural business of suspension, the chief warlock managing the formalities with precise efficiency, the appointed members beginning to move in the careful, deliberate way of people who wanted to have quiet conversations with specific other people before the room emptied. 3 of the uncertain 19 made their way, separately but unmistakably, toward Harry's position at the hereditary seats before they left. The corridor outside the Wizengamot chamber held a different kind of chaos than the chamber itself, less formal, more human, people clustered in 3s and 4s with the specific energy of those who just witnessed something significant and were trying to work out what it meant for them. Journalists who'd been in the gallery were moving fast, recording impressions, chasing statements. The gallery had been full, not standing room only, but full, and the people from it were mixing with the chamber's members in the corridor in a way that the ministry's usual security arrangement hadn't anticipated. Harry stood near a window that looked out on the grey London morning and spoke to 3 Wizengamot members in 20 minutes, each conversation brief and substantive, each one ending with a commitment that ranged from explicit to strongly implied. Hermione stood slightly behind him and said nothing, but she was tracking everything, and her expression told him how each conversation landed. After the 3rd, she said quietly, 19 possible. 13 probable. That's with the hereditary weighted votes, we can block it, Harry said. Even without winning over everyone. We can do more than block it, she said. If those 13 commit, and if the information from Malfoy is as significant as the letter suggested, she paused. We could call for a confidence vote on the minister. Harry looked at the corridor. At Thickness, 40 feet away, speaking to his core 12 supporters with the controlled urgency of someone managing a crisis he hadn't expected. Not yet, he said. Not until we know what Draco actually has. The meeting is tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. Ron appeared at his shoulder from the direction of the gallery stairs, with Neville and 2 others behind him. Gallery's clearing, he said. Neville says 3 of the people up there wanted to know if there was somewhere they could formally register support. There will be, Harry said. Tell them to watch the Prophet. Ron nodded. He was looking at Harry with an expression Harry recognized from chess games, the face Ron made when a strategy he'd been doubtful of had just proven itself. You were brilliant in there, by the way. I had a good briefing document, Harry said. 19 pages, Hermione said, with satisfaction. Neville, behind Ron, had his arms crossed and was looking at Harry with an expression that was partly the Neville Harry had grown up with, the one who'd been afraid of Snape more than Voldemort, and partly the Neville who'd stood in the Great Hall the night of the battle and spoken truth with a sword in his hand. What happens in 14 days, he asked. When the review period ends and the vote happens. Thickness loses, Harry said. And then? Harry looked at the corridor. At the ministry around him, the deep purple carpets and the gold fixtures and the institutional weight of a building that had been telling itself it was justice for 200 years. And then we have a much bigger conversation, he said. About what comes after. Neville nodded slowly, processing. You know he's going to do something between now and then. Luna said the same thing, Harry said. Yeah. I know. You're not worried? Harry looked at the ministry's walls, at the building whose foundations connected, through 200 years of magical construction and hereditary land grants, back to lines that now ran through his right hand. He felt the rings on his fingers, the quiet hum of them, the vast unhurried certainty of magic that had been waiting for this moment longer than any of them had been alive. No, he said, honestly. Neville looked at him for a moment, and something in his face settled, not relieved exactly, but decided, the face of someone who'd assessed the situation and chosen where to stand. Good, Neville said. Neither am I. That evening, in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, Harry sat at the table with a cup of Creature's Too Strong tea and looked at the letter with the single initial M that was still sitting in the middle of the table. Around him, Hermione was at the counter with files spread across every available surface. Ron was on a flu call with George, keeping his brother informed in the careful way he'd been doing since Fred, not lying, not protecting, just managing what George needed to know at any given moment and what could wait. Creature moved between the stove and the table and the filing system with the focused dignity of an elf who had found his purpose. Kingsley had sent a note from the ministry, 3 of Thickness's 12 asked to be removed from his list this afternoon. He knows. Be careful. Harry turned the M letter over. Tomorrow, Malfoy Manor. He thought about Draco, the boy who'd been given every advantage and used most of them badly and then, at the critical moment, had failed to be the thing his father had shaped him to be. Who had hesitated? Who was smart enough to know what that hesitation had cost him and what it had saved him, and who was now navigating the wreckage of the life he'd planned with the sharp, self-interested intelligence that was, perhaps, his most honest quality. Harry didn't trust him. He wasn't supposed to trust him. What he had instead was a clear-eyed read of what Draco wanted and how much his information might be worth, and a firm understanding that the meeting would be held on his terms or not at all. He picked up a quill and wrote his reply to the M letter. Tomorrow. 11 o'clock. I'll come to you. He sent it with his owl and drank his tea and thought about Thickness, alone in whatever secure office he'd retreated to, doing his own calculations. The pressure gauge moving. The plans revising. Luna's voice in his memory, the personally frightened are more dangerous. Harry finished his tea. He was ready. Chapter 5, The Reckoning at Malfoy Manor. The gates of Malfoy Manor did not open when Harry arrived. He stood on the gravel road outside them and looked at the iron, ornate, cold, the Malfoy crest worked into the metalwork with the particular excess of a family that had spent centuries confusing wealth with importance, and waited. Behind the gates, the long drive curved toward the manor through grounds that had gone slightly unkempt, the grass longer than it should have been, 2 of the ornamental trees at the drive's edge leaning without anyone having corrected them. The house itself was visible at the far end, white stone, enormous, still handsome in the way of things built to last and maintained by people who'd had the resources to do it indefinitely, now carrying the faint suggestion of a structure that had recently been the site of something terrible and had not entirely recovered. Harry had told Ron and Hermione he was going alone. This had produced a conversation. Absolutely not, Hermione had said. It needs to be one-on-one, Harry had said. If I arrive with the 2 of you, it's a statement. He'll feel cornered. A cornered Malfoy is either useless or dangerous. And an uncornered Malfoy is what, exactly? Ron had said. Negotiable, Harry had said. There had been more conversation. It had ended with Harry going alone and Ron and Hermione being stationed at a pub in the nearest Muggle village with a two-way mirror and explicit instructions about what "I'll call if I need you" meant in practice. Hermione had also made Harry take a list of the specific legal questions to press Draco on, which he'd put in his pocket and intended to use as a reference, because the list was good even if the circumstances of its creation had involved a 20-minute argument. The gates opened. Not dramatically. They just swung inward on their hinges with a sound of old iron, and no one appeared to have opened them. Harry walked through, and the gravel crunched under his feet, and the gates swung shut behind him with a finality that he noticed and filed away. Draco Malfoy was waiting at the manor's front door. He looked, Harry searched for the word and found it, diminished. Not physically. He was still tall, still held himself with the spine-straight posture that seemed to be structural in Malfoy's, still wore clothes that were expensive even in apparent dishevelment. But the particular armor that had always been his defining feature, the sneer, the performance of superiority, the way he'd moved through Hogwarts as if the floor existed specifically to be beneath him, was gone. What was left underneath it was a person who was sharper than Harry had fully credited and more tired than Harry had expected. They looked at each other for a moment. "Potter," Draco said. "Malfoy," Harry said. They went inside. The entrance hall of Malfoy Manor was still grand in its bones but felt different from the versions of it that had existed in Harry's memory, the glimpse through the gate during the war, the fragments of what had happened here that he'd absorbed from other people's accounts. The portraits on the walls watched with the alert interest of paintings that had been paying very close attention to everything that happened in this house for a very long time. The light through the tall windows was the thin grey light of the overcast morning, which made the white stone interior look like something preserved in absence of warmth. Narcissa Malfoy was in the sitting room. Harry had not expected this. He stopped in the doorway and she looked up from the chair she was sitting in, the posture perfect, the expression controlled, the particular quality of a woman who had been managing appearances for so long the management had become instinctive, and for a moment they simply looked at each other. She had lied to Voldemort for him. He had not forgotten this. He was fairly certain she remembered it too, and that this was the reason she was in the room. "Mrs. Malfoy," he said. "Mr. Potter," she said. A pause. "Thank you. For what you did for Draco. At the battle. He helped me first," Harry said. "Earlier. In the manor." He wasn't going to elaborate on this in front of Draco, who was standing slightly behind him and whose silence had a specific texture. "I didn't forget it." Narcissa Malfoy looked at him with the assessment of a woman who was extremely intelligent and had spent decades in environments where intelligence was your primary survival tool, and then she looked at her son. "I'll be upstairs," she said, and left the room with the composure of someone who trusted the meeting to go a certain way and had communicated that trust precisely. Draco sat. Harry sat across from him. There was a tea service on the table between them, prepared in advance, which meant Draco had thought about the meeting enough to arrange the surface details. This told Harry something about his state of mind. People who are performing unconcerned don't prepare tea. "You went to Gringotts," Draco said, not touching the tea. "6 lordships." "Yes." "Including Slytherin." "Yes." Draco was quiet for a moment. How did it feel? Claiming Slytherin's line. He asked it with the specific interest of someone who'd spent a year in Voldemort's manor and had thought about legacy and inheritance in ways that had nothing comfortable in them. "Like being assessed," Harry said. "And found capable of handling it. By Slytherin's magic." "Yes." Draco looked at his hands. "My family has been loyal to the Slytherin line for 6 generations," he said. It was the defining thing, for my father. What we were. Who we aligned with. He spent his entire life in service to someone who claimed Slytherin's legacy and who used it as a banner for," he stopped. "And now you hold it. Yes, Harry said, without apology. Good, Draco said, and said it like it cost him something, and like it was still the honest answer. Harry picked up his tea. What do you have, Draco? The use of his first name landed. Harry saw it. Not an invitation to warmth, just the signal that this was a conversation between two people who'd moved past the performance of their adolescent rivalry, that this room had a different set of rules than the ones they'd grown up with. Draco reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and produced a small leather journal. He set it on the table between them and left his hand on it for a moment, and the gesture was very human, the hesitation of someone releasing something that had cost them to hold. During the war, he said, my father was, Peverell, toward the end. After his failures, he was not trusted with the inner circle operations. But the manor was still the operational center. People came through. Meetings happened. I was supposed to not be present for most of them. He looked at Harry. I was present for most of them. And you wrote it down, Harry said. I wrote it down. He didn't move his hand from the journal. I want you to understand something before I give this to you. I didn't do it because I was brave. I didn't do it because I'd chosen a side. I did it because I was terrified and taking notes was something to do that felt like control, and because some part of me understood that if the Dark Lord lost, whatever I'd witnessed might be leverage. He said the last word with a faint grimace, as if acknowledging that this was an ugly reason and he'd made his peace with that. I'm telling you this so you don't make the mistake of thinking I'm a better person than I am. I don't, Harry said. But the information is still real regardless of why you kept it. Yes, Draco said. That's the position I've decided to take as well. He lifted his hand from the journal. Thickness met with representatives of a group calling themselves the Resurgence, mostly continental, some British pure-blood families who'd been hedging between the Ministry and the Dark Lord's operation. They met here 4 times during the year. I was behind the East Gallery on 3 of those occasions. The meetings concerned the post-war structure of Wizarding Britain, specifically, the understanding that if the Dark Lord prevailed, Thickness would remain as a functioning minister under the new order in exchange for having maintained the administrative apparatus. And if the Dark Lord fell, the arrangement shifted, Thickness would rebuild the ministry quickly and structure it to protect those who'd been involved from prosecution in exchange for ongoing financial and political support. Harry set down his tea. He was hedging, Harry said. Comprehensively, Draco said. He had a deal running with both sides. If Voldemort won, he was the collaborating administrator. If Voldemort lost, he was the survivor who'd kept the lights on and could now do favors for the people who'd been on the wrong side. He paused. The Restoration Act isn't just about consolidating ministry power. It's about creating the legal framework to ensure that prosecution of wartime collaboration becomes functionally impossible, the tribunal provision that Granger found can work in reverse. Any war crime case against a ministry-aligned individual can be classified as a destabilizing legal action during the restoration period and suspended indefinitely. Harry felt the shape of the whole thing settle into view, not each piece separately but all of it together, the design of it, how it fit. He built himself immunity, Harry said. Into legislation framed as recovery. And he's doing favors for 20 families who supported the Dark Lord and who now expect the favor returned. Draco reached into his pocket again and produced a second document, not a journal, a list. Names, amounts, dates. This is what I have in addition to the journal. Meeting records, financial records from our Gringotts account during the war, the specific transactions that correspond to the Resurgence meetings. I've had a wizarding solicitor in Edinburgh authenticate them. In Edinburgh, Harry said. That's where the letter about the Slytherin property came from. I found you the solicitor, Draco said, without emphasis. I thought you'd need them for other things, and I wanted you to trust the authentication. He held Harry's gaze. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to trust the documents. Harry looked at the journal and the list on the table between them and thought about Hermione's 19 pages and Ragnarok's ancient law assessment and Kingsley's coffee and the Wisingamot chamber and the way the appointed members had shifted in their seats when he'd said one word. Legitimate. What do you want? Harry said. Specifically. Draco had clearly prepared this answer, which was sensible. My father's case reviewed by an independent body, not a ministry tribunal. Not exonerated, I'm not asking for that. Lucius Malfoy did what he did, and I'm not interested in pretending otherwise. But a fair process, independent of ministry control. He paused. My mother to be formally cleared of any outstanding assessment under the wartime legislation, she's technically still under a ministry watch order, which means her movements can be restricted at ministerial discretion. Another pause. And the Malfoy family assets unfrozen. Not protected from any civil claims. If someone has a legitimate legal case against our family for wartime actions, I'll face it. But the ministry's blanket freeze on our Gringotts accounts lifted. Harry listened to all of it. And for yourself? Draco was quiet for a moment. I want to practice magic freely in Britain, he said, simply. I want to be able to walk down Diagon Alley without, he stopped. My name is what it is. I'm not asking to have it cleaned up. I just want to be left alone to live in it. It was, Harry thought, the most honest thing he'd ever heard Draco Malfoy say. The first two I can work with, Harry said. An independent review body for war crime cases is something I was going to push for anyway. It removes ministry control from prosecutions that the ministry has a conflict of interest in. Your father's case goes in that pool like everyone else's. Your mother's watch order should be lifted. It was a wartime measure and the war is over, and I'll raise it formally. He looked at Draco steadily. The asset freeze is more complicated because it isn't mine to lift unilaterally. But I can push for an expedited independent assessment of the freeze's legal basis. That's not a guarantee, Draco said. No, Harry said. It's not. But it's what I can actually deliver, and I think you're smart enough to have known that before I sat down. He paused. What you're actually buying with those documents is the same thing you said you wanted. To be left alone. The ministry under thickness would not leave you alone. He'd either use your family as an example or use your wartime knowledge as leverage against you indefinitely. What I'm building leaves you with a fair process instead of a political one. Draco looked at him for a long time. Not with resentment, Harry thought, with assessment. The calculating intelligence he'd always had, now stripped of the performance that had usually surrounded it. You're different, Draco said. From school. So are you, Harry said. I had a harder year, Draco said, with a flatness that was not self-pity but was also not pretending the year had been anything other than what it was. Yeah, Harry said. I know. Another silence, this one slightly different in quality, less negotiation, more two people acknowledging something without putting words to it. Draco slid the journal across the table. Then the list. There's more in there than what I've described, he said. Enough that I'd strongly suggest Granger read it before the Wisingamot session and identify the most strategically useful elements. She'll appreciate being told her reading speed is part of the plan. The corner of Draco's mouth moved. It was not a smile. It was the ancestor of a smile. I imagine she will. He stood. Potter. What you did at Hogwarts, and in the Wisingamot yesterday, my mother watched the Prophet coverage. She sat with it for a long time. He was looking at the window, not at Harry. She said it was the first time since before the war started that she'd thought things might actually be different. Harry stood. He picked up the journal and the list. They will be, he said, not as a reassurance. Just as a fact. See that they are, Draco said, which was the most Malfoy thing he'd said all morning, and somehow it didn't land like arrogance. It landed like a man who'd given something up and needed to know it was going somewhere worth the giving. Harry walked back down the Manor's drive alone, the gates opening ahead of him as he approached without being asked, and he operated from the road to the Muggle village and found Ron and Hermione in the pub, Ron with a pint he'd nursed for an hour and a half out of politeness to the setting, Hermione with a notepad on the table in front of her because Hermione could not enter a waiting period without generating organizational documentation. Harry sat down and put the journal and the list on the table. Hermione looked at them. "Is that journal of his observations during the war? Authenticated. And financial records?" Harry sat back. He had thickness meeting with Resurgence representatives at the manor 4 times. Post-war immunity arrangements in both directions, whichever side won. Ron stared at the journal. Draco Malfoy actually came through. He came through for his own reasons, Harry said. But yes. Hermione had the journal open. Her eyes moved fast, the speed reading she'd developed somewhere around second year and had refined into something almost inhuman. "Harry," she said, after 45 seconds. "This isn't just thickness." She turned the journal to face him and pointed. "Look at the names of the Resurgence representatives. Third meeting." Harry looked. He recognized 2 of the names immediately, family names, British pureblood families, the kind whose portraits lined the halls of old estates and whose members occupied corners of the Wizengamot. He didn't recognize the third. "Who's Bartholomew Crest?" "Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Hermione said quietly. "Currently. Thickness's right hand in the ministry." She looked at Harry. "He was there. At the meeting. He's part of the arrangement." Ron set down his pint. "So it's not just thickness. It's the structure," Hermione said. "The specific structure that would implement and enforce the Restoration Act. The head of law enforcement is already compromised. Which means the department that would administer the Act's tribunal provisions, that would carry out the bloodline assessments, that would enforce the media licensing, is run by someone with a personal stake in the Act passing," Harry finished. "And a personal stake in the war crime cases never being properly investigated," Hermione said. They sat with this for a moment, the pub's ordinary lunchtime noise around them, Muggle voices, the clink of glasses, someone's radio playing something with a lot of guitar. "We can't just block the Act," Harry said. "We were always going to block the Act. That's not enough anymore." He looked at the journal. "This is enough to take down the minister and the head of law enforcement simultaneously." "In a confidence vote," Hermione said. "If we present this evidence at the Wizengamot, before the vote," Ron said. He was leaning forward with both elbows on the table, the chess player's posture. "If we present it before the vote on the Act, it changes the whole dynamic." The 12 members who were Thickness's reliable support, how many of them knew about the Resurgence meetings? "Probably some," Harry said. "Maybe not the details. So they're making a calculation right now about where they stand," Ron said. "Some of them are standing with Thickness because they think he's winning. If we introduce this evidence publicly, in the Wizengamot session, on the record, the calculation changes. Because now standing with Thickness means standing with someone who's about to face a confidence vote and who has documented war collaboration in a journal that's been magically authenticated. People will jump," Hermione said. "Rats and ships," Ron said. "Yeah." Harry looked at the journal and then at his right hand. The rings. The quiet hum. He thought about Thickness in that chamber, the controlled face and the calculating eyes, the way the person who'd written the Muggleborn Registration Act and who'd arranged immunity for himself in both directions sat in the minister's chair and used the word protection 14 times. "How long will you need to read the full journal?" he asked Hermione. "Tonight," she said, with the absolute confidence of someone who knew exactly what their reading speed was capable of and had no intention of underselling it. "I need a legal summary of the most damning evidence," Harry said. "Not everything, the 3 or 4 things that are so clear and so specific that there's no procedural route around them." "Done by morning," she said, and she was already making notes. "Ron," Harry said. "Already thinking about the gallery," Ron said. "I'll reach out to Neville tonight. We need more people than last time," in the right places. Not just the gallery, outside the ministry. If this becomes public simultaneously with what happens inside, it's harder to suppress. He paused. George would help. He knows people. He's got the Weasley's Wizard Wheezes network and Fred. He stopped. Steadied. Fred always said the business was the best intelligence network in Diagon Alley. George still thinks that. He'd want to help. The name landed the way it always did, but differently this time, still sharp, but with something purposeful underneath the sharpness. Harry nodded. One more thing, Harry said. Kingsley. Can you reach him tonight? I need to know if there are Aurors who would act on evidence of ministerial war collaboration. Not all of them, just enough. Just the ones who signed up because they believed in the law. Ron smiled, slow and certain. Yeah, he said. I think there are. They went back to Grimmauld Place in the early afternoon, and the kitchen table disappeared under documents, and Creature brought tea without being asked and then settled himself in the corner with the quiet dignity of an elf who understood that important things were being done and that his role was to support them unobtrusively. Hermione read and annotated. Ron made flu calls. Harry sat at the end of the table with the two-way mirror and reviewed the Wisengamot constitutional records one more time, looking for the specific provision he half remembered from Hermione's earlier briefing. He found it on page 44 of the 1692 charter, in language that was archaic but clear. A hereditary seat holder with 6 or more weighted votes could call an emergency confidence session outside the standard scheduling, provided the call was supported by 1/3 of the hereditary seats and a minimum of 8 appointed members. He counted. Between the 2 hereditary members who'd indicated support and himself, he had all 3 hereditary votes currently occupied. From the appointed members, the 12 who'd shown interest, if even 8 of them committed, it was possible. It was more than possible. He was still reading when Hermione said, very quietly, Harry. Come look at this. He crossed to her side of the table. She had the journal open to a page near the middle, and she was pointing at a passage, and the expression on her face was the one she wore when something was worse than she'd prepared herself for. He read it. The passage described the 4th meeting at the manor, the last one, apparently, held in the early spring of that year, shortly before things had accelerated toward the final confrontation. It described an agreement between Thickness and the Resurgence representative concerning a specific operational action, the provision of the location of a safe house that the Order of the Phoenix had been using to shelter Muggleborns. In exchange for certain guarantees about post-war treatment of Resurgence-aligned families, Thickness had given them the location. Harry read the date. He sat down. Hermione said nothing, because there was nothing useful to say. The date in the journal was 2 weeks before 4 Muggleborns in Ministry protective custody had been found and transferred to the Registration Commission's holding facility, an event that had been officially explained as a security breach by an unknown party. The breach hadn't been unknown. It had been the minister. Harry sat with this for a while. The grief of it was clean in a way that anger sometimes was, not hot, not theatrical, just the cold, solid understanding of something that needed to be answered. 4 people. 2 of whom, he knew from the records Hermione had compiled, had not survived the Registration Commission's custody. Ron had come back into the kitchen during Hermione's silence and had read the passage over Harry's shoulder. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder for a moment and then went to the other side of the table and sat down and didn't say anything. The 3 of them stayed in the kitchen while the afternoon went grey outside and Creature brought more tea, and the documents spread across the table like a map of everything that needed to happen next. Kingsley came to Grimmauld Place at 9 that evening. He read the relevant pages of the journal standing up, at the kitchen counter, and his expression went through several stages that he managed well but not perfectly, and at the end he set the journal down and was quiet for a moment. How many Aurors? Harry asked. Who believe in the law over the ministry? Kingsley said. More than you'd think. Less than I'd hope. Enough. He looked at Harry. If you call the emergency confidence session, and if you present this evidence on the record, I can guarantee that the Aura Department does not move against you in the session. I cannot guarantee what thickness does outside of it. He still has the power to issue ministry directives. For how long? Harry said. Kingsley looked at him. How fast can you move? Fast, Harry said. Then not long enough to matter, Kingsley said, and something in his expression, carefully controlled all evening, finally came fully to the surface, not satisfaction exactly, but the relief of a person who'd spent years working within a rotten institution because the alternative seemed worse and had finally been given a third option. I'll make the calls tonight, Kingsley said. I'll need your formal call to emergency session in writing by tomorrow morning so the constitutional notification can go out. Harry already had the draft. Hermione had written it 3 hours ago on the chance it would be needed. He passed it across the table. Kingsley looked at it. Then at Harry. You were going to push for this regardless of what I said. I wanted to know about the Aurors, Harry said. But yes. Kingsley looked at the draft for another moment, and then he said, with the careful precision of someone putting something very heavy down, the ministry I joined 22 years ago. The one I believed in. It didn't deserve what happened to it. No, Harry said. I'd like to be in the chamber when this happens. Not the gallery. He looked at Harry steadily. As a formal witness. You're not a Wisengamot member. I'm a former minister, Kingsley said. And I'm invoking the charter provision for former ministers to attend confidence sessions as witnesses of record. It's in the 1890 amendments. He said this with the barest suggestion of a smile, which Harry recognized. Hermione, he said, without looking away from Kingsley. Page 72, she said from behind her stack of documents. I found it Tuesday. Of course you did, Kingsley said, and it was fond, and slightly stunned, and then he straightened and became the former minister again, the senior Auror, the man who was going to make calls tonight that would position what was about to happen as something the law authorized rather than something that circumvented it. After he left, the kitchen was quiet for a while. 9 days, Ron said. He'd been running timelines on a piece of parchment. Till the vote. But we're not waiting 9 days. Emergency session, Harry said. 3 days. Enough time for the constitutional notification to go out and the members to receive it. 3 days, Ron said. He looked at his parchment. That's fast. We're not letting him have more time than that, Harry said. Luna said he'd do something unexpected. I'd rather call the session before he works out what to do. Ron nodded. Hermione was already writing. Creature appeared at Harry's elbow with a plate of sandwiches and placed them with the serious ceremony of an elf who understood that the people at this table were going to be working through the night and needed provisions appropriate to the scale of the undertaking. Creature, Harry said, thank you. The old elf drew himself up. Creature is glad to be of service, he said, to the head of the ancient and most noble houses of Potter, Black, and Peverell. He paused, as if the next part required a significant internal adjustment. And Slytherin, he added, with the precision of someone filing away a fact they found personally complicated but were professional enough to acknowledge. Ron put a fist over his mouth. Harry picked up a sandwich. The Merlin and Pendragon ones are going to finish him off entirely, he said. Creature appeared to briefly consider whether he needed to sit down. He did not sit down. He drew himself up further, which seemed physically impossible but happened anyway, and he said, with enormous dignity, Creature will manage, and went back to the stove. Ron's shoulders were shaking. Harry ate his sandwich and looked at the document spread across the table, the shape of what was coming, 3 days away now, clear and certain as the morning, and felt, in the middle of everything, the particular warmth of being exactly where he was with exactly these people, which was the closest thing to peace he'd found since the forest, and which was, he thought, enough. It was more than enough. It was what he was fighting for. Chapter 6, The Siege of No Army. 3 days moved differently than Harry expected. Not slowly, nothing about the preparation felt slow. But the days had a density to them, each hour carrying the weight of things done and things still to do, and Harry moved through them with the focused calm of someone who'd learned, over a very hard year, that the hours before something significant were best spent on the specific rather than the abstract. Abstract was for later. Specific was for now. The constitutional notification went out the morning after Kingsley's visit, a formal, archaic document in the language of the 1692 Charter, delivered by Gringotts courier rather than ministry owl, because Harry saw no reason to send his notification through the communication system of the institution he was calling to account. Ragnarok had offered the courier service with the businesslike satisfaction of a goblin who'd been waiting 2 decades for a reason to use a particular procedural mechanism. The notification landed on Wizengamot desks by noon. By 2 o'clock, Harry's two-way mirror was running warm from the number of times people had tried to reach him. He answered the ones that mattered. The others could wait. The thing nobody had fully anticipated was Thickness's response to the notification, which was not what Luna had warned about and which arrived, as significant things often did, sideways and from a direction nobody had been watching. It arrived as a profit headline on the morning of the second day. Potter Lordship claims under investigation, Ministry Constitutional Committee questions validity of Gringotts authentication process. Harry read it at breakfast. Hermione read it over his shoulder and made a sound that was not quite a word. "He's not challenging the claims directly," she said. "He can't, the magic is undeniable and he knows it. He's challenging the process. The Gringotts authentication. He's saying the goblin certification of the hereditary transfer might not meet modern wizarding legal standards." "Can that argument hold?" Harry asked. "No," she said. "But it doesn't need to hold. It needs to create enough procedural fog that reasonable Wizengamot members feel they should abstain from the confidence vote until the question is resolved. It's the same strategy as the Act's tribunal provision. Don't fight the claim, delay the exercise of it." "How many members will it move?" Ron asked, eating toast with the focus of someone who decided that food was important and was not going to let a crisis get in the way of breakfast. Hermione thought. 2. Maybe 3 of our 8 committed appointed members might feel enough uncertainty to request clarification before voting. Which would drop us below the threshold for calling the emergency session. Harry put the paper down. "So we need to counter it this morning." "We need Ragnarok," Hermione said. "Specifically, we need a public statement from Gringotts confirming the authentication's validity under both Goblin law and Wizarding constitutional law. Something that the Prophet can run tomorrow." "Ragnarok will do it," Harry said. "He's been waiting for an excuse to publicly correct the Ministry's characterization of Goblin legal practices for approximately his entire career." He stood. "I'll go to Gringotts. You 2 handle the member contact, reach out to the 8 personally, today, before they have time to read the article twice." "On it," Ron said, and reached for the flu powder. Harry put his jacket on, rings catching the morning light. "One more thing," he said. "George. Is everything ready on his end?" Ron's expression shifted, not much, just the small adjustment of someone managing 2 things at once in their chest. "He said yes last night. He's got people at 17 locations. Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, 2 in Muggle London, the rest across the country." He paused. "He said to tell you he's doing it for Fred. Not for any other reason." Harry nodded. He didn't say anything, because there wasn't anything adequate to say, and Ron knew that, and that was fine. He went to Gringotts. Ragnarok issued the statement in 4 hours, a document so legally thorough and so precisely contemptuous of the Ministry's challenge that Hermione read it and said it was the most efficient dismantling of a bad-faith legal argument she'd encountered since reading Dumbledore's notes on the International Statute of Secrecy. The Prophet ran it the next morning alongside a follow-up piece from the historian at the Scottish University who'd spoken before and who, apparently, had been waiting for exactly this kind of invitation to be publicly more emphatic than academic convention usually permitted. The Ministry's constitutional challenge quietly dissolved. None of the 8 appointed members withdrew their commitment. The session was on. The morning of the emergency Wisengamot confidence session arrived clear, one of those summer mornings that came in occasionally between the grey ones like a promise being kept, the sky above London the deep clean blue of something that meant it. Harry had slept 6 hours, which was more than he'd managed in 3 weeks and was enough. He dressed carefully, not in robes, which would have been the conventional formal choice, but in clean dark clothes with the jacket that had become his standard, because he wasn't performing a role that required ceremonial dress and he wanted the chamber to know that. The rings, of course. Always the rings. He ate breakfast with Ron and Hermione and they talked about ordinary things, whether the East Wing of Hogwarts was going to be structurally sound by September, whether Ron was going to actually apply to the Aura program or keep saying he was thinking about it, whether Hermione's plan to pursue magical law reform at whatever institution survived the next 48 hours was a 1-year or a 3-year project. They talked about these things deliberately, because the ability to think about a future was a relatively recent acquisition and needed to be exercised. Creature packed them a bag with sandwiches, because Creature had developed a view about the relationship between important undertakings and adequate nutrition that Harry had stopped arguing with. They left Grimmauld Place at 9:15. The Ministry of Magic's visitor entrance on Whitehall was a phone booth, which had always struck Harry as the most deliberately absurd piece of magical concealment in Britain. The idea that a red telephone box was sufficiently unremarkable that witches and wizards could file into it unnoticed, except of course that anyone paying attention would notice immediately because the phone box had been there for 40 years without anyone ever appearing to use it for an actual phone call. He didn't use the phone box. He stood on the pavement outside it, looked at the street, at the ordinary Muggle morning, buses and pedestrians and pigeons, London going about its business, and then he turned to face the building and put his right hand flat against the air. The rings responded immediately. All 6, the hum moving from its usual background quality to something more active, more present. He felt the connection run downward through the pavement, through the Muggle Street's infrastructure, through the deep geological layers of London clay and old river sediment, into the magical substrata beneath, the ancient grid of enchantments laid down centuries ago, which connected to the wards of the Ministry building the way rivers connected to the sea. The Potter land grants. The Black family's ancient authority over the territory. The Pendragon magic running through the land itself like deep water through limestone. The Ministry's wards ran on this foundation. The foundation knew him. He felt the wards recognize the connection, not opening for him exactly, not the kind of access that required a code or a Ministry ID or an invitation. Something older than all of that. The acknowledgement of something that had always been there, dormant, waiting for the right person to stand on this pavement and put their hand against the air and make the connection. The Ministry's wards did not drop. They didn't need to. They simply extended toward him. Like a dog that had been waiting for its owner to come home. He took his hand down. Ready? Hermione said. Go, he said. They walked into the phone box. The atrium of the Ministry of Magic was busy in the way it was always busy on mornings when something significant was scheduled, witches and wizards moving with the particular directed energy of people who'd received the constitutional notification and had opinions about it and were here to express those opinions through the democratic mechanism of being physically present. The fountain at the center, the new one, the simple basin that had replaced the statue of magical supremacy, though Harry had heard it was already under political pressure to be redesigned, caught the light from the ceiling's false sky. Harry walked through the atrium and people saw him, which was unavoidable and had been unavoidable since he was 11 years old, and the quality of being seen this morning was different from its usual texture. It wasn't the celebrity recognition he'd spent years uncomfortable with, the staring and the pointing and the accumulated weight of being the symbol for something he hadn't chosen. It was something more like witnesses noticing that something they'd been told was coming had arrived. Several people, witches and wizards he didn't know, stepped back slightly to let him pass and then stepped back together to watch him go, and the atrium around him went just slightly quieter as he crossed it. He didn't break stride. 2 Ministry security wizards moved toward him from the checkpoint near the lifts. Not aggressively, they were clearly uncertain, 2 men whose job description had not included this morning and who were trying to work out whether what they were supposed to do was relevant. Harry stopped for them. "Morning," he said. "Mr. Potter," the taller one said. He had the look of a man reciting something he'd been told. "The minister's office has issued a directive that today's Wisengamot session is a constitutionally called emergency confidence session under the 1692 Charter," Harry said, "which the minister's office does not have the authority to restrict. You can verify that with your department head, but I'd suggest doing it quickly because I prefer not to be late." He smiled, which was genuine, because he was not irritated with these two men who were doing their jobs in an impossible situation. "I've also got a letter from Ragnarok at Gringotts confirming the constitutional notification's validity, if that helps." He held out the letter. The security wizard looked at it, looked at his partner, and then stepped aside. "Thank you," Harry said, and went to the lifts. The corridor outside the Wisengamot chamber was, by 9:30, the most populated. Harry had seen it outside of the most contested votes of the last decade. Hermione's 19 pages had included a section on historical Wisengamot attendance at confidence votes, and the comparison was apt. People were here who usually weren't, Wisengamot members and their staff, ministry department heads and their staff, former members and constitutional scholars, and pressing against the outer limits of the public gallery queue, the people from the DA, from Hogwarts, from Neville's coordination effort. Harry walked through them. He'd asked people not to make noise when he arrived, because this was not a rally and the chamber was not a stadium, and the people who understood this, Neville, Luna, most of the gallery, held to that. But the silence that came when people saw him walking down the corridor had its own quality, the particular quiet of a large group of people all arriving at the same understanding simultaneously. Neville met him at the chamber entrance. He had the look of someone who'd been managing logistics for 2 days and was running on purpose and tea. "Gallery's full," he said, low and direct. 3 journalists from international outlets who weren't here before, French and German, plus every British outlet we expected. Cuff from the Prophet is in the second row. He has 2 photographers. He paused. Crest isn't here yet. The head of law enforcement. He'll come, Harry said. He doesn't know we have the journal yet. McGonagall sent a message, Neville added. She's watching through the Hogwarts network. The castle has a portrait connection to the ministry. She said to tell you. He paused, and a small smile crossed his face. She said to tell you to be thorough. Tell her I will be, Harry said. He went into the chamber. The chamber filled with the particular orderly chaos of a body that understood something unprecedented was happening and was performing institutional composure over a current of something much less composed. The appointed members took their seats in their ranked tiers. The 3 hereditary members were already present, the 2 who'd committed to Harry and the one who remained officially neutral but whose positioning in his seat suggested he'd narrowed the distance between neutral and committed overnight. Harry's 4 consolidated hereditary seats waited at the floor level. Kingsley Shacklebolt was seated in the former minister's witness position to the right of the chamber floor, a carved chair of some antiquity that had not been used in living memory and had been located, cleaned, and formally reinstated by the Chief Warlock's office yesterday morning after Hermione's discovery of the 1890 amendment. He was in formal robes, back straight, expression the professional alert that was his resting public face, and he met Harry's eyes as Harry crossed the floor and gave him a nod of precise weight. Thickness was in the minister's chair. Harry had thought, somewhere in the preparation of the last 3 days, about what he'd feel when he saw Thickness this morning. He'd half expected anger, or the cold precision of the confrontation at Malfoy Manor, or the focused clarity of the Wisengamot session. What he actually felt was simpler than any of those things. He felt the absolute absence of uncertainty. He looked at Thickness and felt nothing complicated, just the clear, honest assessment of a man who needed to be removed from the position he was using to protect himself and harm others, and the confidence of someone who was about to do exactly that. He sat. Ogden called the session to order with the formal invocation that the emergency session protocol required, longer and more archaic than the standard opening, the old language doing what old language did, carrying the weight of the institution's history and its cadence. When it was done, the chamber had settled into the particular quality of attention that meant everyone present understood the stakes. The emergency confidence session is called, Ogden said, pursuant to constitutional notification received by this body 3 days prior, filed by the holder of 6 hereditary Wysengomot seats and co-signed by the required quorum of supporting members. The subject of the session is a motion of no confidence in the current Minister for Magic. The floor recognizes the initiating member. Harry stood. Chief Warlock, he said, members of the Wysengomot. I'll be brief, because what I have to say doesn't require elaboration, the evidence speaks more clearly than anything I can add to it. He reached into his jacket and produced Draco's journal. He didn't hold it up theatrically. He just put it on the desk in front of him where it could be seen. This is a contemporaneous account, magically authenticated by Gringotts, of 4 meetings that took place at Malfoy Manor between Minister Thickness and representatives of a group called the Resurgence during the year of Voldemort's occupation of the ministry. He paused for exactly 2 seconds, enough time for the name to land without becoming the center of gravity. The meetings concerned a bilateral arrangement under which the minister would continue to administer the ministry and provide operational intelligence to the Resurgence in exchange for post-war protection of participants regardless of which side won the war. That is not wartime management of an impossible situation. That is collaboration with criminal enterprise under any definition of the term. The chamber was very still. Not the stillness of shock, the stillness of people who had suspected something like this and were now receiving confirmation. The specific nature of the intelligence provided is documented in the journal, Harry continued. Including a meeting in early spring of this year in which the location of an Order of the Phoenix safe house, used to shelter Muggle-born witches and wizards in Ministry protective custody, was given to Resurgence representatives. 4 people were subsequently found and transferred to the Registration Commission's holding facility. 2 did not survive. He said this without raising his voice. Without performance. The facts didn't need performing. He looked at Thickness, who had gone very still in the minister's chair with the quality of a man doing the most complex calculation of his life. I also have financial records from Gringotts corresponding to the Malfoy family account during this period, Harry said, corroborating the meetings described in the journal. And a witness, whose identity I'm prepared to disclose under oath, who was present at 3 of the 4 meetings. He paused. I'm not going to list every provision and implication. We all know what a confidence vote means. What I'm telling you is that the Restoration Act, designed to protect the minister from exactly this kind of accountability, cannot be allowed to pass. And the minister who designed it to protect himself from exactly this kind of accountability cannot be allowed to remain in this position. He sat. The chamber noise was controlled, but it was there, a dense, multi-layered sound of people processing and reacting and recalculating. From the gallery above, absolute silence. Thickness stood. He was composed. Harry had to give him that, had to give him the particular credit of a man who'd maintained composure for a career and wasn't abandoning it now even in the worst moment of it. The allegations presented, he said, rely on a document produced by an individual with, let me be clear, the most self-interested motivation possible, a young man whose family faces criminal prosecution for wartime actions, whose desire to avoid accountability for those actions could not be clearer. The document is magically authenticated, Harry said, without standing. A flat interjection, not interrupting so much as correcting a factual error. Authenticated by a goblin institution with its own political interests in undermining ministry authority, Thickness continued. Chief Warlock, Harry said, still seated, still level, the authentication process includes independent verification under the Veritas charm administered by 3 separate practitioners. 2 of those practitioners are employees of the ministry's own Department of Mysteries. Their names are in the authentication documentation. The minister can speak to their institutional loyalty directly if he'd like. Ogden looked at Thickness. Thickness stopped. The silence that followed was, Harry thought, the real moment. Not the dramatic one, not the column of light in the great hall or the seats moving across the chamber floor. This quiet moment, this 6-second window in which every member of the Wysengomot watched the Minister of Magic run out of procedural road, was the one that actually mattered. I would like to introduce additional evidence, Harry said, standing now, corroborating the journal's account of the spring meeting. This is documentation from the ministry's own records office regarding the 4 individuals subsequently transferred to the Registration Commission facility, cross-referenced with the date of the meeting recorded in the journal. The ministry's records show that the safe house location was not disclosed through any identified security breach in the Order of the Phoenix's own protocols. The breach came from outside the Order entirely. He placed the document, Hermione's work, 20 hours of cross-referencing between Draco's journal and ministry records obtained through a formal constitutional access request filed 4 days ago under a provision Thickness's office had clearly not anticipated, on the desk beside the journal. Which means the source of the breach is documented, is in this room, and is the reason this emergency session was called. The 12 members of Thickness's committed support had fractured visibly. Harry could see it in the body language, the ones in the back rows leaning away, the ones in the middle tiers developing sudden intense interest in their desk surfaces. Of the 12, he counted 3 who were still facing forward with the determination of people who'd committed and would hold regardless. 9 were in visible flux. Crest, the head of law enforcement, was in his departmental seat to the side of the chamber. His face was the precise shade of a man who was becoming aware that his name was in a document on the chamber floor and that he had, today, made a significant miscalculation in attending. Harry looked at him. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. Crest stood up and left the chamber. This was, in its own way, the most damning thing that happened in the first hour of the session, not anything Harry said or any document he produced, but the head of magical law enforcement deciding, mid-session, that he needed to be somewhere else. The chamber watched him go. 3 reporters in the gallery above were writing at speed. The next 2 hours were procedure, which was not glamorous but was necessary and was, in its own way, satisfying in the particular way that watching a well-designed mechanism work as intended was satisfying. Ogden managed the formal response process. Thickness was permitted to respond, which he did, at length, with the kind of careful and comprehensive legal argument that a man who'd spent 30 years in institutional politics could produce under pressure. It was good. Some of it was very good. It addressed the authentication concerns, it raised procedural questions about the source of the journal, it framed the entire thing as a politically motivated attack on a functioning institution during its most vulnerable period. Harry listened to all of it. When Thickness finished, Harry asked for 15 minutes. He got them. He spent them at the desk reviewing the documentation, not because he needed to, but because it was important that every member of the Wizardgamot saw him review it, saw the care and the thoroughness, saw that this was not a prepared political attack but a response to actual evidence. Then he stood and addressed, point by point, every procedural objection Thickness had raised, with the precise chapter and verse references that Hermione had prepared and that he had memorized. It took 40 minutes. When he sat down again, Ogden called for preliminary declarations of position from the appointed members. The final count, before the formal vote, Thickness's 12 had become 7. Of the 19 uncertain members, 14 had committed to the confidence motion. 3 had committed against. 2 abstained. The 16 independents had moved almost entirely in favor. That was 41 against, 10 for, with 2 abstentions. Against a motion requiring simple majority for the confidence vote to proceed. The motion proceeded. The formal confidence vote took another hour, because constitutional procedure required it, the verbal declaration of each member's position, the documentation by the chamber recorder, the verification by the chief warlock. Ogden managed it with the unhurried precision of a man in his element, and the chamber went through it with the patience of a body that understood this moment was going to be in the historical record and wanted to get it right. Thickness remained in the minister's chair for the full duration. Harry gave him credit for this too, the same credit he'd been giving all morning, the acknowledgement of a man who'd fought hard and lost fairly and was at least going to lose with his spine straight. When the vote was complete and Ogden announced the result, 43-8, with 3 abstentions, a vote of no confidence in the Minister for Magic, Thickness stood, buttoned his jacket, and left without speaking. The chamber exhaled. Harry sat for a moment in the sudden decompression of it, in the particular quiet of a chamber that had just done something that couldn't be undone. Around him, members were speaking to each other in low voices, and the gallery above had broken its stillness into a contained, important noise. He heard camera shutters firing from the press contingent. Ogden said, into the settling noise, the Wisendamat will appoint an interim minister pending a formal selection process. Under emergency constitutional procedure, this appointment requires a hereditary seat nomination. He looked at Harry. Harry stood. The hereditary seats nominates Kingsley Shacklebolt, he said, as interim minister for magic, pending the formal process. The vote took 3 minutes. It was not close. Kingsley stood from the former minister's witness chair, and his expression was the composure that Harry had always known him for, but underneath it, fully visible to anyone paying attention, was something that looked like purpose finding its proper home. He looked at Harry. Harry nodded. They came out of the ministry into the afternoon, the three of them, Harry, Ron, Hermione, into the Whitehall pavement and the ordinary street and the bright summer afternoon that had held its promise through the whole day. Harry stood on the pavement and felt the ministry's wards at his back, still connected through the rings, still humming with the recognition that had been there all morning. His phone had 7 missed calls from numbers he didn't recognize and one from Neville that he listened to on the street. The gallery heard it all. The people outside the building, George had his network passing news in real time. It's everywhere. Harry, it's everywhere, people are, a pause, a sound in the background. Diagon Alley just spontaneously started cheering. I can hear it from the ministry steps. Come outside. Harry put his phone in his pocket. I need to tell you something, Ron said. Harry looked at him. Ron was standing with his hands in his pockets, squinting slightly against the afternoon sun, and he had the expression he got when he was about to say something he'd been sitting with for a while and had decided to say now because now was the right time. When Thickness left, he said. When he just got up and buttoned his jacket and left without saying anything. I thought that was going to feel better than it did. Harry was quiet. It wasn't satisfying, Ron said. Not the way I thought it would be. It was just, right. Like something being corrected. Like a thing going back to where it was supposed to be. He paused. Is that weird? No, Harry said. That's exactly what it was. Fred would have had something to say, Ron said. Something funny, something that would have made it feel bigger. He stopped. Steadied, the way he'd been steadying for 3 weeks, the particular composure of someone who was also still allowed to be not composed. I keep thinking he should have been in that gallery. He was, Hermione said quietly. She was standing on Harry's other side, and her voice had the conviction of someone who meant what they said precisely. Every choice we made to get here, Ron, he was in all of it. He was in your instincts and your chess and the way you picked up the phone and called George without hesitating because Fred would have wanted George to be part of this. She paused. He was there. Ron looked at her for a moment. Then at the street. Then he inhaled once, the deep deliberate breath of someone taking stock. Right, he said. Yeah. And then, because he was Ron, can we eat? I've had half a sandwich and I think I'm dying. Hermione made a sound that was a laugh, a real one, surprised out of her, and Harry laughed too, standing on the Whitehall pavement in the afternoon light with the ministry at his back and something enormous just done and his 2 best people on either side of him, and the laughter was clean and real and nothing about it was wrong. Creature made sandwiches, Harry said. Ron's expression achieved something close to reverence. Creature is the best of us, he said. They walked. Behind them, the Ministry of Magic stood in the afternoon, its wards quietly humming, its deep foundation connected through 200 years of enchantment to the land and the magic and the man walking away down the pavement with his hands in his pockets, who had not taken anything that wasn't already his, and who had not used any power that the law had not always said was there. Somewhere in Diagon Alley, people were still cheering. George Weasley, standing outside Weasley's Wizard Wheezes with his network of 17 locations having successfully delivered the news of what had happened to every corner of Wizarding Britain in real time, heard the cheering and looked at the sky and said something very quiet to the air beside him that no one else could hear, and then he went inside and put the kettle on. Chapter 7, Erasure. The Ministry of Magic did not stop functioning when Thickness left. This was, Harry had come to understand, both the strength and the fundamental problem of large institutions. They had a momentum of their own that persisted beyond any individual, a bureaucratic inertia that kept the paper moving and the memos circulating and the department heads meeting regardless of who sat in the minister's chair. The day after the confidence vote, the ministry opened at its usual time, the atrium fountain ran, the golden memos flew their usual patterns through the corridors, and approximately 2,000 witches and wizards came to work and did their jobs because that was what they did on Tuesdays. Harry came to work too. Not to an office, he didn't have one, and he didn't want one. He came through the atrium at 9 o'clock with Ron and Hermione and walked directly to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which occupied the second floor and which was, as of this morning, operating without its head for the first time in 8 years. The deputy head, a sharp, tired witch named Aurelia Bones, no relation to the Amelia Bones who had been killed during the war, just a coincidence of naming that she'd spent years navigating, met them in the corridor outside the department entrance with the expression of someone who'd been expecting this visit and had prepared for it. Deputy Head Bones, Harry said. Lord, Harry, he said. Please. She adjusted. Harry. I understand you want access to the case files for the 4 individuals transferred from the safe house in spring. I want the files, Harry said. And I want whatever preliminary charging documentation existed for Crest. He was in the journal. He was in the room. He walked out of the Gringotts session yesterday, which is probably the most legible thing anyone's done in this building in 2 years. He resigned this morning, Bones said. Submitted the paperwork at 7 o'clock. Standard resignation, no explanation, effective immediately. Which means he lawyered up overnight and decided voluntary departure was cleaner than waiting to be removed, Hermione said, beside Harry. Yes, Bones said, with the particular economy of someone who'd reached the same conclusion and was relieved not to have to say it first. We're treating the resignation as confirmation of culpability for investigative purposes. Good, Harry said. What do you need from me? This surprised her. He saw it, the small recalibration of someone who'd expected a directive and gotten a question instead. The journal, she said, recovering. The authenticated copy, formally entered into our case file. And the financial records. Formally, on record, through us rather than the Gringotts documentation. Done, Harry said. Hermione has certified copies. Hermione produced them from the folder she'd been carrying with the efficiency of someone who'd packed for exactly this requirement. Bones took them. She looked at Harry with the direct, assessing attention of a good investigator. What about Thickness? What about him? Harry said. He resigned as minister, Bones said. He hasn't been charged. Under current law he can't be charged through the ministry's own apparatus without a formal investigation order from the minister, Harry said. Yes. Kingsley is interim minister, Harry said. As of yesterday. He'll issue the investigation order this morning. He paused. I spoke to him last night. The order covers Thickness, Crest, and the 17 individuals named in the Resurgence documentation. It also covers an independent review of all war-era prosecutions and detentions under the Muggleborn Registration Act. He met her eyes. Every case. From the beginning. Bones was quiet for a moment. Then, that's 347 cases. I know, Harry said. It'll take 2 years. Then it'll take 2 years, Harry said. They deserve it. She looked at him with an expression that shifted from assessment to something more personal, not sentiment, just the acknowledgement of someone who'd been doing this job through some of the worst years of it and was now being told that the cases she'd flagged and been unable to move were going to be properly examined. I'll need 18 additional investigators, she said. Submit the staffing request to Kingsley's office today, Hermione said. It'll be approved. How do you know? Bones asked. Because I drafted it last night, Hermione said. He just doesn't know that yet. Bones looked at her for a long moment. Are you going to be doing this regularly? Probably, Hermione said, without apology. Something crossed Bones's face that was not quite a smile but was its functional equivalent. Right, she said. I'll need an office. From law enforcement, they went up. The Restoration Act's legislative draft existed in two places, the minister's office, where the primary copy had lived, and the legislative records office on the fourth floor, where the constitutional notification of first reading had deposited a formal copy the day after the Gringotts session. Harry went to the legislative records office, because the minister's office copy was Kingsley's problem now, and he asked for the formal copy of the Restoration Act. The archivist, a middle-aged wizard with ink-stained fingers and the slightly rumpled air of someone who genuinely loved his work and found politics an unfortunate intrusion, produced it with the automatic efficiency of long practice and then paused, looking at Harry with sudden alertness. You're going to file a constitutional withdrawal, he said. It wasn't a question. I'm going to file something more comprehensive than that, Harry said. He'd spent the second evening of the 3-day preparation working on this part with Hermione and a constitutional scholar named Petrova that Kingsley had connected them with, a small, precise witch who'd spent 40 years studying the relationship between the Gringotts founding charter and subsequent legislation, and who had received Harry's outline of what he wanted to do with the focused delight of someone being handed the most interesting problem of their career. What Harry filed in the Legislative Records Office that morning was not a withdrawal of the Restoration Act. A withdrawal would have been simple and sufficient to kill the act, but simple and sufficient wasn't what the situation required. What he filed was a constitutional annulment, a legal instrument that, under ancient hereditary authority, retroactively assessed the legislative validity of the act on constitutional grounds and found it in violation of the founding charter's provisions against executive self-dealing. Not just cancelling it going forward. Erasing its legal existence from the moment it was drafted, as if it had never been submitted. The archivist read the document twice. Then he looked at Harry. A constitutional annulment under ancient hereditary authority, he said carefully, would, theoretically, apply retrospectively. Which means that any actions taken in anticipation of the Act's passage, any administrative decisions made in reference to its provisions, would have no legal basis, Harry said. Yes. The Ministry has been conducting preliminary bloodline assessments under the assumption that the Act would pass, the archivist said. Those assessments never happened, Harry said. Legally. The archivist sat down. He did this with the controlled movement of someone whose legs had made a decision before his brain had finished processing. I've been in this office for 26 years, he said. I've never processed a constitutional annulment. Has anyone? Harry asked. Not since 1803, the archivist said. And that one was considerably less comprehensive. He was staring at the document. Where did you find the precedent? Page 44 of the 1692 Charter, cross-referenced with an 1803 case in the Gringotts historical records and the hereditary jurisdiction provisions that Hermione, that my associate identified in the Constitutional Library. Harry paused. The annulment authority belongs to the hereditary seat specifically because the Charter's authors understood that the Ministry's own legislative apparatus couldn't reliably self-correct. They needed an external check that couldn't be administratively compromised. They built this in, the archivist said. Yes, Harry said. They just didn't imagine it would take 200 years for someone to use it. He was aware he was repeating Hermione's observation from 2 days ago, but it was accurate enough to bear repeating. The archivist looked at the document again. He had the expression of someone performing a very thorough internal inventory. Then he stamped it, a decisive, careful stamp, the mark of a man who decided what his job was and was doing it, and filed it in the Constitutional Annulment Register that had not had an entry since 1803, and he looked up at Harry with the quiet dignity of someone who'd done something that would be in textbooks. Filed, he said. Effective as of the date of drafting of the original act. Thank you, Harry said. Don't thank me, the archivist said. It's the law. He said this with the private conviction of someone who'd been waiting 26 years for the law to actually mean something specific, and now it had. The Restoration Act's annulment hit the prophet by early afternoon. Hermione had ensured the relevant journalists had advance notice that something was being filed, without specifying what, so they were waiting. The headline ran in the afternoon special edition, Restoration Act legally erased, annulment retroactive from drafting date. Below it, 3 paragraphs from the constitutional scholar Petrova explaining what a constitutional annulment meant in terms that were technically accurate and emotionally devastating to anyone who'd spent the last month drafting the act. The response from the wizarding public was, complicated, and Harry had expected it to be complicated, because it was complicated. The people who'd been most harmed by the Act's provisions, Muggleborns, half-bloods, anyone who'd had a preliminary bloodline assessment conducted, felt relief that was almost physical, the release of something that had been pressing down. The people who'd supported the Act in good faith, believing it was genuinely about recovery, felt betrayed, though the betrayal was more usefully directed at thickness than at Harry. The people who'd supported the Act in bad faith, who'd understood what it was and had wanted it, were calling their solicitors. Harry spent the afternoon in the ministry, moving between departments with Ron and Hermione, doing the work that needed to happen in the immediate aftermath, confirming the independent review body for war crime cases, ensuring the preliminary bloodline assessments were formally expunged from the records of everyone they'd affected, meeting with Bones about investigative timelines, and sitting for 40 minutes with Kingsley going through the list of emergency administrative decisions that needed to be made in the first 72 hours of an interim ministry without a proper leadership structure. Kingsley was, in this environment, extraordinary. Harry had known he was capable, had seen it in the Order, had seen it in the way he'd managed Hogwarts security in his years there, but capable and extraordinary were different, and watching Kingsley move through the chaos of an institution in transition with the focused authority of someone who'd been waiting for this responsibility was something else. He made decisions fast, delegated specifically, asked good questions and didn't ask unnecessary ones. The Department of Mysteries, Kingsley said, around the 30-minute mark of their meeting. Harry looked at him. Their wartime activity was extensive, Kingsley said. Some of it was resistance. Some of it was compliance. Some of it is genuinely unclear which it was. I'm going to need an independent assessment of their wartime record, but the unspeakables are unspeakable, Ron said, from the chair in the corner where he'd been listening with the alert patience of someone who'd learned that being quiet in important rooms was its own kind of useful. Extensively so, Kingsley said. They don't report to the minister in conventional ways. They have their own constitutional standing, quite separate from the ministry's standard hierarchy. He looked at Harry. Do you have a view? Harry thought about it. Leave them for now, he said. Not permanently, they're on the list. But they're not the immediate problem, and if we push them before the immediate problems are addressed, we create resistance in a department that has tools we don't fully understand and don't currently need pointed at us. Kingsley nodded. Agreed. He made a note. The Aura department. Bones has it for now, Harry said. She's solid. Give her the title formally and let her run it through the review process. Done. Another note. The Wisengamot needs an emergency session to ratify the interim appointments and set a timeline for the formal ministerial selection process. He looked at Harry. Will you chair it? No, Harry said. Ogden chairs it. That's his job. I'll attend, I'll vote, but I'm not taking procedural authority that belongs to the chief warlock. Kingsley looked at him with an expression that was not surprise but was its close relative, the recognition of something he'd hoped to see and had just confirmed. Right, he said. Ogden it is. They worked for another hour. When Harry stood to leave, Kingsley stood too and walked him to the door, which was the gesture of someone making a point outside the meeting's formal structure. You could have this office, Kingsley said, quietly. Not as an offer, exactly, as an observation. I know, Harry said. You don't want it. I never wanted to run things, Harry said. I wanted the things that were running wrong to stop. He looked at the office, at the desk and the windows and the weight of the position it represented. That's your job now. And you're better at it than I would be. Kingsley was quiet for a moment. What do you want? After all of this. Harry thought about this, genuinely, the way the question deserved. I want Teddy Lupin to grow up in a country that's worth growing up in, he said. I want the people who did what we did to be left alone to be people without having to be symbols. I want there to be a ministry that is actually what it's supposed to be, so that the next time something goes wrong, and something will go wrong, there's always a next time, the institution is strong enough to resist it. He paused. And I'd quite like to sleep a full 8 hours at some point. Kingsley looked at him. The first 3 are going to take years. I know, Harry said. The 4th is achievable sooner. I'm working on it, Harry said. The afternoon's last piece of business was the hardest, and Harry had left it last deliberately, not from reluctance but from the understanding that some things needed the day's other work to be done first, needed the context of the accomplished to support the weight of the unfinished. He went to the Department of Magical Records. Not the Legislative Records Office. The administrative records, the civil registry, the wartime documentation, the files that the ministry had compiled on individuals during the occupation. The Muggle-born Registration Commission's records specifically, which had been sealed pending the review process but which Harry now had the authority to access formally. He'd asked for this access for one reason. He sat down at the table in the records room, and the archivist, a different one here, younger, who looked like she'd been in the job for 3 years and had spent most of them dealing with the aftermath of the Registration Commission's work and had opinions about it that she was professionally suppressing, brought him a file. The file contained the records for the 4 individuals transferred from the Order's safe house in spring. Harry read through them with care, the names, the dates, the clinical administrative language of documents that had processed people as cases. 2 of the 4 had survived the Registration Commission's holding facility. 2 had not. He knew their names now. He sat with them for a few minutes, with the names of 2 people he'd never met, who had been betrayed to their deaths by a man who'd been sitting in the minister's chair using the word protection 14 times in a prepared statement. Then he closed the file and asked the archivist to ensure that both the survivors were located, formally notified of the ministry's legal findings, and offered whatever support the ministry could provide, and that the 2 who had died were formally entered into the war memorial records, not as collateral damage or administrative statistics, but as victims of specific crimes for which specific people were now being held accountable. The archivist took notes with a seriousness that told him she understood exactly what she was doing and was going to do it properly. Thank you, Harry said. It's about time someone, she stopped. Composed herself. Thank you, she said instead, which was a more professional version of what she'd started to say and contained all of it. He found Hermione in the Legislative Records Office an hour later, which was not surprising. What was surprising was what she was doing. She wasn't filing or researching or producing a supplementary document. She was standing at the window, looking out at the ministry's atrium below, and her notepad was closed and in her hand, and she was just standing there with the expression of someone who'd arrived somewhere they'd been working toward for a long time and was allowing themselves to feel it. Harry stood beside her. The atrium below was its usual afternoon business, the fountain, the memos, the people moving with their ordinary purposeful urgency. It looked, he thought, exactly the same as it had this morning. And nothing about it was the same at all. The Restoration Act is gone, Hermione said, not looking at him. The confidence vote passed. Kingsley is interim minister. Crest resigned. Thickness is under investigation. The independent review is commissioned. She paused. The preliminary bloodline assessments are expunged from 312 people's records. She paused again. Harry, that was 312 people who went to bed last night with a ministry file on them that classified their magical heritage as requiring oversight, and who woke up this morning and those files were gone. As if they'd never existed. That's what it means, Harry said. That's what the annulment does. I know, she said. I wrote most of it. She was quiet for a moment. I keep thinking about what Draco said. That his mother felt, for the first time since before the war, like things might actually be different. She turned to look at him. Is it different? Or are we going to spend the next 5 years fighting the same battle with different names on the other side? It was the most honest thing she'd asked him in weeks, not a question about strategy or procedure or constitutional law, but the question underneath all of them, the one she'd been sitting with since before Gringotts. I don't know, Harry said. I genuinely don't. There'll be another thickness eventually. There's always another thickness, someone who sees the mechanisms of power and decides the most important thing to do is protect themselves within those mechanisms. The question is whether we've built something that's harder to corrupt. He looked at the atrium. The independent review. The annulment precedent in the constitutional record. The hereditary seats active and watching. Bones running law enforcement with a mandate to investigate rather than manage. He paused. I think it's harder. I can't promise it's impossible. Hermione was quiet for a moment. That's the honest answer. It's the only one I've got. She looked at the atrium again. Okay, she said, and she said it the way she said things when she'd been holding a question for a long time and had finally found an answer she could live with, not satisfied exactly, but settled. Grounded in something solid enough to build on. Come on, Harry said. Ron's found somewhere to eat. Of course he has, she said, and closed her notepad, and they left. Ron had found a pub. Not a wizarding one, a muggle place 2 streets from the ministry, with wooden booths and the smell of food and the indifferent warmth of a room full of people having their early dinner without any awareness of what had happened 2 streets away in the building with the red phone box outside. He had a table in the corner and a pint and the particular satisfied posture of someone who'd done a lot of work and had arrived at the moment that work had been aimed at and found it was real. Neville was there too, which Harry hadn't expected, sitting across from Ron with a half-eaten plate of chips and a look of complete, uncomplicated relief that was so characteristic of Neville, his ability to be entirely where he was, without performance, without qualification, that Harry felt something loosen in his chest just seeing it. Luna was beside him. She had a glass of something very pink and was reading a small book and looked up when Harry and Hermione arrived with the mild pleasure of someone whose evening had just improved in a way she'd expected. Harry slid into the booth. The warmth of the pub and the noise of it and the entirely ordinary smell of pub food on a weekday evening pressed around him, and he felt the day settling, the whole enormous weight of it, the 12 layers of what had happened beginning to compress into something his body could actually process. How bad was the Department of Records? Ron asked, because he'd known where Harry was going and why. I know their names now, Harry said simply. Ron nodded. He understood what that meant without needing it explained. He raised his glass, very slightly, and put it back down, a private gesture, not a toast, just an acknowledgement directed at no one in the pub who would understand it and at someone who wasn't there. Harry picked up the menu and looked at it and felt the rings on his right hand under the table, warmer than usual, as if the day's work had warmed the metal. The 6 ancient magics, humming their quiet hum. Potter. Black. Peverell. Slytherin. Merlin. Pendragon. All of them present, all of them waiting, the weight of them constant and no longer surprising. Luna, Hermione said, sitting, you said he'd do something unexpected. Before the 24th. He didn't. He challenged the Gringotts authentication, which was predictable. He did do something unexpected, Luna said, not looking up from her book. He left. They all looked at her. When the vote was done, he left without speaking, she said. Thickness. He didn't fight it, he didn't make a final statement. He didn't try to reframe it for the press outside the chamber. He just left. She turned a page. That's the unexpected thing. A man who'd built his entire career on never giving up institutional ground quietly stood up and went. I think the evidence surprised him. Not that it existed, he knew about the journal, obviously, he knew Draco had been there. But that Harry would actually use it. Publicly. In the chamber. He thought he was dealing with someone who would negotiate behind the scenes. He thought I'd use it as leverage, Harry said. Instead of evidence. Yes, Luna said. He thought you were like him. That you'd find the personal advantage first. She looked up at Harry then, with the clear, uncomplicated attention that was her most disarming quality. He was wrong about that. It surprised him enough that he didn't have a response. Harry thought about Thickness standing up and buttoning his jacket and leaving. What Ron had said, that it didn't feel satisfying, just right. The correction of something that had been wrong. Luna's version of the same thing, the unexpected absence of a fight from a man who'd expected a different kind of adversary. What happens to him? Neville asked. Legally. Bones will build the case, Harry said. There's a process. He'll face it. He paused. It'll take time. It'll be contested. His solicitors are very expensive. But the evidence is documented and authenticated and in the constitutional record now, and that's what matters. He picked up his drink. He doesn't go back to the ministry. That's what matters for tonight. The table settled into something quieter and warmer, the particular quality of people who've been through something together and have arrived at the other side of it and are allowing themselves to be in the same room without an agenda for the first time in a while. The Muggle pub went on around them, darts in the corner, someone's phone buzzing, the television above the bar showing a football match with the sound off. The world continuing in its ordinary way, as it did, as it would, and 5 witches and wizards in a corner booth being part of it without anyone in the room knowing what they'd spent the day doing 2 streets away. Harry looked at his right hand on the table. The rings were almost invisible in the pub's low light, just glints of metal, the slight difference in texture. Nothing that anyone in this room would look at and understand. He turned his hand over and looked at his palm. He thought about the vault in Gringotts, about the cold chamber and the 6 alcoves and the feeling of recognition, the ancient magic looking up, all those centuries of accumulated meaning finding the person it had been waiting for. He thought about the great hall and the column of white light and the stars on the ceiling and McGonagall's expression of controlled pride. He thought about Draco sitting in his half-empty manor with a journal in his inside pocket and a mother upstairs and the particular exhausted intelligence of a man choosing, at the last available moment, the side with a future. He thought about Bones with her case files, and the archivist with his stamp, and the 2 names in the records room, and Kingsley standing in the witness chair with purpose finally finding its proper home. He thought about Fred, the way he thought about Fred every day and would for the rest of his life. Not with the sharp grief of the first weeks, not yet, not entirely, but with something that was beginning to resemble what grief became when you carried it long enough, a permanent presence, not an absence, the person still there in every decision you made that was shaped by having known them. He thought about Teddy Lupin, 18 months old, with Tonks's metamorphmagus ability and Remus's quiet steadiness already showing in his temperament, growing up in a world that had just gotten, by some measure that was hard to quantify but entirely real, safer. He turned his hand back over and picked up his drink. So, Ron said, reaching for the chip menu with the relief of someone for whom the resolution of a complex geopolitical crisis was a perfectly acceptable precursor to ordering food. Chips. Someone else is having chips. I'm not doing this alone. Chips, Neville said immediately. Obviously chips, Hermione said. I'd like the ones with the cheese, Luna said, still reading her book. Harry put his hand up for the server. Outside, 2 streets away, the Ministry of Magic stood in the evening light. Its wards ran deep, connected to the land and the magic and the old frameworks that were older than the building, older than the statute, older than the institution they supported. They ran through the geological patience of the earth below the city and through the web of enchantment spread across the islands and through the 6 rings on the right hand of a 27-year-old wizard sitting in a Muggle pub ordering chips, and they hummed. They would keep humming. That was the thing about magic that was old enough and true enough, it didn't stop. It waited, and it recognized, and it held, and it kept humming long after the person who'd set it in motion had moved on to the next thing, which was always more ordinary and always more important than the last. The chips arrived. Ron ate one before the server had fully set the plate down. Harry laughed. Chapter 8, What Grows After Fire. 6 weeks after the confidence vote, Harry went to see Teddy. Andromeda Tonks lived in a house in Eastbourne that was unremarkable from the street, a semi-detached Edwardian with a garden that was slightly too enthusiastic, the flowers having established opinions about where they wanted to grow that Andromeda had long since stopped arguing with. She met Harry at the door with the composed warmth that was her particular quality, the manner of a woman who had lost almost everything and chosen, very deliberately, to build something in the space the losses had left. Teddy was in the sitting room, 18 months old and currently turquoise-haired in the specific shade he defaulted to when he was pleased, pulling himself along the furniture with the concentrated determination of a child who had decided walking was going to happen today whether his legs cooperated or not. Harry sat on the floor, the sitting room carpet was soft and clearly chosen with a child in mind, and Teddy navigated toward him with extraordinary focus, gripped Harry's knee, and looked up at him with Remus's eyes and Tonks's expression and the wholly individual quality of a person who was entirely himself. "Hello, you," Harry said. Teddy said something that was not quite a word and was very emphatic about it. "Fair enough," Harry said. Andromeda made tea and brought it and sat in the armchair and watched Teddy attempt to communicate something important to Harry about a wooden toy that had caught his attention, and for a while they existed in the comfortable quiet of a house that had found its rhythm. "I've been reading The Prophet," Andromeda said eventually. "The ministry coverage. Is it accurate?" Harry asked. He was letting Teddy use his finger as a structural support for an architectural project involving the wooden toy and a tea cozy. "Surprisingly," she said. "The new journalist they've given the constitutional beat, the young woman, Walsh, she seems to understand what she's writing about." "Hermione vetted her," Harry said. "Not officially. But she had 3 very detailed conversations with Walsh about constitutional law before the annulment filing, and Walsh's coverage has been thorough ever since." Andromeda looked at him. "Is that something Hermione does now? Have detailed conversations with journalists?" "Hermione does whatever Hermione thinks needs doing," Harry said. "She's been extraordinary. She's also driving Kingsley slightly mad, which I think is good for both of them." Andromeda smiled, small, private, the smile of a woman who appreciated the specific comedy of people being useful in ways that complicated the people around them. "And you?" she said. "What do you do now?" It was a genuine question, not rhetorical, and Harry gave it the genuine answer it deserved. "Wisengamot sessions," he said. 3 so far. The independent review body, I'm not on it, but I attend the public sessions to make sure people know someone's watching. The War Memorial Project. He paused, because the War Memorial was the piece that had taken the most out of him so far, the 2 weeks of working with a committee of survivors and bereaved families to establish what it should be and who it should include and how it should say what it needed to say. "That's nearly done. Another month, maybe." "Remus and Nymphadora," Andromeda said. "On the primary wall," Harry said. "With everyone else. Every name." She was quiet for a moment, and the quality of her quiet was something Harry had learned to recognize, the particular composure of a woman for whom grief was a permanent resident that she'd made terms with, not expelled. "Thank you," she said. "For making sure." Teddy made a noise of triumph. He'd achieved something with the toy that apparently required an audience, and he turned to Harry with an expression of complete satisfaction that was so Tonks, that instinctive, joyful look what I did quality, that Harry felt it in his sternum, the sweet sharpness of it. "Brilliant," Harry told him, seriously. "Absolutely brilliant." Teddy beamed, turquoise deepening toward teal. Harry stayed for 2 hours. When he left, Andromeda walked him to the gate, and she said, in the tone she used when she was saying something she'd been thinking about for a while, "You look better than you did in June." "I sleep more," Harry said. "That's not all of it." He thought about it, standing at the garden gate with the Eastbourne afternoon around him, the sound of the sea not far off, the particular quality of seaside light that softened everything at the edges. "I feel like I did what I was supposed to do," he said. "Not what other people told me I was supposed to do." What actually needed doing? He paused. It turns out knowing the difference it helps. Andromeda looked at him with an expression that he recognized, not immediately but after a moment. It was the expression Sirius had worn, sometimes, when Harry had done something that made him look at him as himself rather than as his parents' son. The recognition of a person rather than a symbol. "Remus would have been so proud of you," she said. Harry looked at the garden, at the flowers with their strong opinions about where they wanted to be. "I know," he said. "I try to be worth it." He disapparated, and the afternoon closed behind him. The War Memorial was unveiled on a Saturday in late August, which was 7 weeks after the confidence vote and nearly 4 months after the Battle of Hogwarts. It stood in a courtyard at the Ministry that had been cleared specifically for it, a space that had previously housed a second fountain, identical to the one in the atrium, that had been quietly removed and melted down because the committee had felt that the memorial needed its own space rather than a corner of something else's space. The memorial itself was stone, not the white of the Ministry's interior, but grey, the honest grey of old mountains, and it rose to a point that you had to look up to see, and every name was on it, carved in letters that were the same size for everyone regardless of what they'd done before or after or who they were in the wizarding world's estimation. Harry stood in the courtyard while the crowd gathered. It was a large crowd, hundreds of witches and wizards, families and survivors and Ministry staff and journalists, the particular assembly of a community trying to look at something enormous about itself. He stood near the back, not at the front, deliberately. He'd been asked to speak. He declined. Not the memorial, not this, the memorial didn't need him. It had all the names. It was its own statement, and standing in front of it and making it partly about the person speaking would have been wrong in a way he felt clearly enough not to need to explain. McGonagall spoke instead. She stood at the front of the courtyard in her emerald robes and spoke for 10 minutes in a voice that was absolutely steady, and what she said was not a speech so much as a precise and honest accounting, of who had died, of what they'd been, of what the world had done to them and what they'd done back. She named them, not all of them because there were too many, but enough, Fred and Remus and Tonks and Colin and Dobby, called a hero without any qualification or hesitation, and Snape, whose complexity she navigated with the care of someone who'd known him for 30 years and was not going to simplify him even now, and when she finished speaking the courtyard was completely silent for a full 10 seconds, the silence of a crowd holding something together. Then the unveiling. The stone's surface caught the August light and held it, and every name on it was legible from further away than you'd expect, which was a property of the stone itself, sourced, the Memorial Committee's report had noted, from the same quarry that had provided material for Hogwarts' original construction, which had seemed right to everyone on the committee without anyone being able to articulate exactly why. Harry found Fred's name and stood with it for a while. Then Remus. Then Tonks. Then Colin Creevey, who had been 16 and had come back to fight because he believed it mattered, and it had mattered, and his name on grey stone was the most complete answer to the Ministry's years of dismissal that Harry could imagine. He stepped back into the crowd and found Ron standing beside him without either of them having arranged it. Ron was looking at Fred's name. His jaw was set in a particular way that meant he was managing something large. Harry stood beside him and didn't say anything, because there was nothing useful to say, and what Ron needed was someone standing beside him rather than someone saying things. They stood together for a few minutes. Then Ron exhaled, the deep, controlled breath of someone setting something down carefully rather than putting it away. "George is going to come back when he's ready," Ron said. "He said he'll come when he's ready to look at it properly. Not today." "When he's ready," Harry said. "Yeah." Ron was still looking at the name. Fred would have taken the mickey out of it. The stone. The ceremony. He'd have said it was very, he paused, searching. He'd have said it was very official. Very official, Harry agreed. And then he'd have cried and denied it immediately. And blamed the dust, Harry said. Ron made a sound that was both a laugh and something else, pressed his mouth together for a moment, and then turned away from the memorial with the decisive movement of someone who'd done what they came to do. "Okay," he said. "I'm okay." "Yeah," Harry said. Me too. Neither of them was entirely okay, and both of them knew it, and that was also fine. The Wisingamots' formal ministerial selection process took 6 weeks and produced, after considerable procedural discussion that Hermione could summarize in 11 pages but that most people's eyes glazed over at around page 3, the formal appointment of Kingsley Shacklebolt as Minister for Magic. Not interim, properly, constitutionally, with the full vote of the Wisingamot and the weight of the hereditary seats and the particular legitimacy that came from a process that had been done correctly rather than expedited. Harry voted yes and went home and made dinner. The dinner was terrible. He'd been trying to cook since June with mixed results, Creature supervised with the resigned patience of a professional watching an enthusiastic amateur, occasionally intervening when something was about to become genuinely inedible and explaining the intervention with the diplomatic phrasing of someone who cared about both the outcome and the feelings of the person responsible for it. Ron and Hermione came for dinner that night, as they often did, and the meal was edible in the way of things that have been salvaged by someone who knows what they're doing before the final act of disaster, and Ron ate it with the unself-conscious appetite of someone who was either genuinely unbothered or was a better friend than Harry deserved, and Hermione said it was very good for a first proper attempt at risotto, which was the Hermione version of the same thing. They sat around the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place afterward, tea and the remnants of the meal and the comfortable disorder of an evening that had nowhere particular to go. "I got a letter from Draco," Hermione said. Harry looked up. "Formal," she said. "Through his solicitor. Confirming that the Edinburgh firm has completed the initial review of the Malfoy asset freeze and found it legally unsupported under the new independent review framework." She paused. "He'll have access to his accounts by the end of the month." "Good," Harry said. "His father's case has been assigned to the independent review body," she continued. "It'll take time. But it'll be done properly." "That's what he asked for," Harry said. "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. "He also included, not through the solicitor, separately, a personal note. Just to me." She looked slightly uncertain about sharing this, which was itself unusual enough to be notable. "He said he'd found a position at a wizarding research institution in France. Magical history. He's apparently quite good at it. He said," she paused. "He said that he found the Slytherin Lordship documentation particularly interesting from a historical perspective, and if you ever wanted a proper scholarly analysis of the Slytherin legacy material, he was available." The kitchen was quiet for a moment. "That's the most Draco Malfoy thing anyone has ever done," Ron said. "It really is," Harry agreed. "Tell him yes. Have him do it properly and submit it to the Wisingamots Historical Records Office. It should be on file." Hermione looked at him. "You're serious?" "Completely," Harry said. "The Slytherin legacy deserves a proper scholarly examination that isn't filtered through 100 years of it being used as a banner for blood supremacy. If Draco wants to write that examination, he should write it." He picked up his tea. "Also, it'll drive him slightly mad to do something genuinely useful that he can't be openly smug about, which I find satisfying." Ron pointed at Harry with his mug. "That's very Slytherin of you." "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it in a way that would have been impossible for him to mean at 15, and which felt entirely natural at 27. The dreams changed. Harry noticed this gradually, the way you notice gradual things. Not a single moment of recognition but an accumulation of mornings on which something was different enough to note. The forest dream came less often. When it did, the figures of his dead were still there, Sirius, Remus, his parents, the peripheral presences of everyone who had gone, but they were different in quality. Less urgent. The sense of unfinished business that had been there since the battle was quieter, not gone but settled, the way a fire settled when it had burned what it needed to burn and was now producing light rather than consuming fuel. He mentioned this to Ron once, sideways, over breakfast. Ron was quiet for a moment. "That sounds like something Hermione would have a theory about," he said. "About grief and processing and whatever." "She'd have a book about it," Harry said. "She has a book about everything." She does. Harry looked at his tea. I think it's because I know what I was doing matters. Not because anyone told me. Because I can see it. The review body, Ron said. The memorial. The annulment. All of it, Harry said. Yeah. Ron nodded. He was quiet for another moment, in the comfortable way of someone who didn't need to fill silences. You know what I've been thinking about, he said. Tell me. Aura program, Ron said. I've been saying I'm thinking about it for months. And I am thinking about it. But I think I'm ready to stop just thinking about it. Harry looked at him. Yeah. Bones said the department needs people who actually believe in what they're doing rather than people who ended up there because it was a career path, Ron said. Which is what she was too diplomatic to say about the previous intake structure. He turned his mug in his hands. I think, after everything last year, and everything since, I know why it matters. Not in the abstract. I know what it looks like when it goes wrong and what it looks like when it goes right, and I want to be on the right side of that line professionally, not just because a situation called for it. You'd be excellent, Harry said, without qualification or hesitation. Ron looked at him sideways. You don't have to say that. I know, Harry said. I'm saying it because it's true. You've been an extraordinary tactician since you were 11 years old and everyone in your life including you has consistently underestimated that. Bones is going to lose her mind when she realizes what she's getting. Ron was quiet again, but this time it was a different quality of quiet, someone sitting with something they'd been told that they were trying to decide whether to let themselves believe. Okay, he said eventually. I'll apply. Tell me when your interview is, Harry said. I want to be available for the inevitable post-interview dissection. There's not going to be a dissection. Ron. There might be a brief summary, Ron said. 17 pages, Harry said. At minimum. Ron threw a piece of toast at him. September arrived and with it the reopening of Hogwarts, properly, fully, for the first time in 2 years. The castle was ready. The restoration had been completed in late August, the East Wing's structural work finished, the damaged sections repaired with the particular care of a building whose restoration team understood what they were restoring and why it mattered. Professor McGonagall had sent Harry an update every 2 weeks through the summer, brief and factual, and the final one had been 3 sentences, Hogwarts is ready. The students are coming home. I thought you should know. Harry went up for the opening feast. Not as a returning student, he hadn't finished his 7th year, hadn't taken his newts, and had no particular plans to in the immediate future, though Hermione had opinions about this that she was managing to keep to a diplomatic simmer. He went as himself, which was a sufficiently complicated enough category that nobody had a good precedent for how to handle it, and which resulted in a seat at the staff table that he hadn't requested but that McGonagall had placed there with the calm authority of someone who'd made a decision and wasn't inviting discussion. He sat at the staff table and watched the students come in. The first years were the ones that got him, 11-year-olds with their new robes and their wide eyes and their specific quality of terrified excitement, moving through the great hall's rebuilt entrance with the awareness that they were walking into something larger than themselves, that this building had stories in its walls that they were about to become part of. He'd been one of them once, with his taped glasses and his too large clothes and the enormous confused relief of a child who had just found out the world was bigger and stranger and more magical than he'd been told, and who'd discovered he had a place in it. He watched them file in and thought, this is what it was for. Not the politics, not the legal machinery, not the constitutional annulments and the confidence votes. Those were necessary, but they were means. This was the thing they were means toward, 11-year-olds walking into Hogwarts on a September evening, safe to be here, safe to learn, going to sleep tonight in a dormitory without their world being run by something that wanted to classify their parents as less than human. The Sorting Hat sang a new song. McGonagall had mentioned that it always did, that the song was different every year, and this year's was about belonging, about the difference between the categories that power invented and the communities that people built, and Harry sat at the staff table and felt the castle around him, warm and present, doing what it had always been built to do. Neville, at the far end of the staff table, caught his eye. He was Professor Longbottom now, herbology, as it had always been going to be, wearing his robes with the comfortable ease of someone who'd come home to a place that fit him. He raised his glass very slightly, and Harry raised his in return, and that was enough. After the feast, Harry walked through the castle alone. He didn't have a reason, he just walked, the way he'd walked these corridors for 7 years, through the familiar and the restored and the places that were both. The trophy room. The defense classroom, still smelling faintly of something he couldn't identify but which had always been there. The 7th floor corridor, where the room of requirements entrance was a sealed darkness now, the room itself having exhausted what it needed to be in the battle. He ended up at the astronomy tower. Not for any symbolic reason, he'd never been prone to symbolic destination choices, or had tried not to be. He went because it had the best view of the grounds and the lake at night, and the night was clear, and the stars were enormous above the Scottish hills in the way they were only this far north. He stood at the parapet and looked at the lake, and the lake held the stars in its surface with perfect patience, and the castle breathed its old breath around him, and the rings on his right hand hummed their quiet ongoing hum. He thought about the question Kingsley had asked him. What do you want? He'd answered in terms of the things he wanted for other people, Teddy, the survivors, the community. All of those answers were true. But standing here with the lake below and the sky above and the castle at his back, he let himself sit with the personal version of the question, the one that was just about him, that didn't have to account for anyone else. What did Harry Potter want? He wanted to sleep. He was sleeping better, and the dreams were quieter, and there was more ahead of that to come and he knew it. He wanted to fly. He hadn't flown properly since before the battle, the occasional training broom borrowed from Hogwarts supply, a few informal laps of the grounds, nothing sustained. He wanted to fly the way he'd flown at his best, with a broom that was properly his and sky that was properly open and no particular destination. He wanted to see the sea. He'd been to the coast for a morning in July, Eastbourne, Andromeda's town, and the sound of it had done something to him that he didn't fully understand but wanted more of. The particular indifference of the sea, its complete disinterest in the affairs of wizarding Britain, was profoundly restful. He wanted, at some point that wasn't immediately urgent but was real, to be in a room with someone he hadn't decided anything about yet and find out what it was like to make a decision about something as ordinary as that. He wanted to sit in a Gryffindor common room for an afternoon and do nothing at all. He'd been back once since the battle, briefly, practically, and the portrait of the fat lady had opened the door and given him a look of such elaborate emotional complexity that he'd laughed, the first real laugh in a while, and she'd said, with considerable dignity, that she was very glad to see him, and that the password was constancy, which she'd chosen herself. He wanted Sirius to have had more time. He wanted Remus to have seen Teddy take his first steps, which Andromeda had described in a letter with the careful, loving detail of someone preserving a moment for the people who couldn't be there. He wanted Fred to have made a joke at the war memorial that would have been completely inappropriate and absolutely necessary. He wanted things he couldn't have, which was the ordinary human condition, and he was learning, slowly, imperfectly, in the way of someone who'd spent his whole life in crisis and was now, with significant effort, learning to live in something other than crisis, to carry those wants alongside the ones he could do something about. Below, the lake shifted. A ripple moved across the star reflections, something beneath the surface, the giant squid perhaps, or something else, one of the lake's older inhabitants moving through its own patient business. The ripple spread and the stars fragmented and then came back together as the water settled. He heard footsteps on the stairs and didn't turn. Hermione came to stand beside him. She had her cloak on and her hair doing its night wind thing and a look on her face that was the end of a long day version of her expression, stripped of the professional focus, just herself. "I thought you might be up here," she said. "How long have you been looking?" "I started at the lake," she said. "Then the grounds. Then I thought, obviously the astronomy tower, he always ends up at the high point eventually." "That's very analytical of you." "I'm a very analytical person." She stood at the parapet beside him and looked at the lake. "Ron's in the common room. Neville's attempting to teach him something about plants and Ron is being politely tortured." He'll survive, Harry said. He'll learn something, she said, which will be worse, from his perspective, and better from everyone else's. She paused. Are you all right? You've asked me that every week since June, he said. And? He thought about it. He turned it over honestly, the way he'd learned to turn questions over rather than deflecting them. Yes, he said. Not completely. But yes. What's the not completely part? The normal parts, he said. Grief. Missing people. Uncertainty about, he gestured vaguely at the future, at the everything that came after what they'd done. The bits that don't have a clear fix. Those don't have a clear fix, she agreed. No. He looked at the lake. But I think I'm okay with that. For the first time, maybe. I think I'm okay with there not being a clear fix for everything. He paused. It used to feel like failure. The things you couldn't solve. Now it just feels like, being alive. Hermione was quiet beside him, and the quality of her quiet was the one he'd known since they were 12, the particular Hermione silence of someone who'd heard something that mattered and was sitting with it properly rather than rushing to respond. That's significant, she said eventually. Yeah, he said. I think it is. The stars were very clear above them, the Milky Way visible in the specific way it only was in places with very little light pollution, a river of pale light crossing the dark from one horizon to the other. He'd looked at it from this tower before, late nights, exam stress, worse things, but it looked different tonight. Not more beautiful exactly, just more present. The difference between looking at something and actually seeing it. Hermione, he said. Thank you. For all of it. For the 19 pages and the 4 o'clock mornings and the way you've, he paused, because what he meant was larger than the specifics, was really about the fact that she had been there, consistently and completely, through every version of everything. Thank you. She looked at him. Harry. If you thank me for being your friend again, I am genuinely going to throw you off this tower. He laughed, real, clean, the kind that surprised him a little. Noted. I mean it, she said, but she was smiling. I know you mean it, he said. That's what makes it funny. She shook her head, the way she did when she was not going to admit she found something funny. Then she said, more quietly, you know this isn't over. The review. The Wisengamot. There will be things that need attention for years. I know, he said. You're going to be in that chamber for a long time. I know, he said. It's fine. I'm not doing it because I have to. I'm doing it because it matters and I'm in a position to do it, and there's a difference between those two things. He looked at his right hand on the parapet, the rings, the faint glints in the starlight. It's different when you choose it. Very different, she agreed. Ron's voice came from the stairwell below, slightly aggrieved, presumably directed at Neville. I understand that plants need things, Neville, I'm just saying that explaining the needs of the plant at this level of detail is. Neville's response was inaudible but clearly patient. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. We should go rescue him, Harry said. In a minute, Hermione said, and looked back at the lake, and Harry looked back at the lake too, and they stood in the quiet for another few minutes while the water held the stars and the castle breathed around them. In the morning, Harry borrowed a school broom from the Quidditch shed. He took it to the far end of the grounds, away from the castle, where the hill sloped down toward the forbidden forest and the air had the particular quality of early Scottish September, cold enough to feel, warm enough to fly in. He mounted and kicked off, and the ground fell away beneath him, and the castle rose in his peripheral vision as he gained height, and the loch appeared below him in its full breadth, and the hills around it, and beyond them more hills and then the suggestion of sea. He flew. Not for any purpose, not chasing anything, not being chased, not testing anything or training for anything or performing for anyone. He flew the way he'd flown when he was 11 and the whole thing was new, when a broom was the most extraordinary thing in the world and the sky was just sky and the only thing that mattered was the motion and the height and the clean cold air. He flew for an hour. Maybe more. He lost track. When he came back down, Ron was sitting on the slope watching him, wrapped in a jacket, a cup of something steaming in his hand that was definitely hot chocolate because Ron had opinions about autumn beverages. He handed Harry the second cup he'd apparently thought to bring. "How was it?" Ron said. "Good," Harry said, and sat on the slope beside him. The castle looked extraordinary from here in the morning light, all its towers and its age and its particular quality of being fully, completely itself. It had been here for 1,000 years. It would be here for 1,000 more. The things that had happened inside it and around it and because of it were in its stones now, added to everything else, the way everything eventually became part of what endured. "Ron," Harry said. "Yeah. We're going to be okay." Ron considered this with the seriousness it deserved, not dismissing it, not rushing to agree, just turning it over with the thoughtfulness he applied to things that mattered. Then he said, "Yeah. We are." They drank their hot chocolate and watched the morning light move across the loch. The rings on Harry's right hand caught the light the way they always did, the 6 metals, the 6 stones, the quiet hum that was always there, the old magic running through him with the patient certainty of something that had found its home and recognized it and had no intention of ever being lost again. Below the grounds, below the loch, below the geological patience of the Scottish earth, the deep foundation of enchantment that Merlin had laid and Pendragon authority had mapped and 1,000 years of magical Britain had built upon continued its ancient hum, connected now to the man sitting on the hillside with a cup of hot chocolate, the same way it had been connected through all the years of waiting, naturally, inevitably, as if this had always been exactly where it was going. It had. The morning continued. The light moved. The loch was silver and gold and silver again. A pair of birds crossed the sky above the forbidden forest heading south, which was the thing birds did in September, which was the thing seasons did, moved forward, carried what they could, left the rest to the next season's keeping. Harry finished his hot chocolate and stood up and offered Ron his hand, which Ron took, and he pulled him to his feet, and they walked back toward the castle and toward whatever came next, which was ordinary, and necessary, and theirs.